Welcome, everyone. My name is Tsvetelina Georgieva, the CEO of DesignMorphine. Welcome to DesignMorphine's grand finale of our Master of Science in Computational and Advanced Design program, accredited by the University of Architecture, Civil Engineering and Geodesy in Sofia, Bulgaria. The program is focused on the future of humanity and possible scenarios on how this future might unfold, the impact of technology on humans and their environments. Challenges demand innovators to overcome them. New tools and technologies are required to materialize the answers. In this journey, the compass is a scalable notion of the human condition, deriving from the human body, housing, transit systems, as well as the city itself, are essential aspects one has to consider when designing for a new reality.
Thank you for joining today. I'm Dr. Poblete Prior. I'm the creative director of DesignMorphine. Super excited to be here today with everyone. A couple of words about the program, the curriculum, and team and guests today before we start. The program pushes the boundaries of design and transcends to a multitude of design scales while advancing the students' design and software capabilities immensely. Students learn advanced techniques and design processes from eminent practicing designers, part of the DesignMorphine community. And the Masters is organized in 5 leading design chapters and 5 supporting technical and conceptual labs that span over a 9-month academic year. And during the design chapter, students start with a generation of a single unit and its new features and enhanced human body, and progress to develop more complex architectural entities around that, reaching the state to build global systems and networks that we call cosmogony. And through the technical lab, students master a variety of software for AI, computational, generative design, like ZBrush, Maya, Blender, and then progressing into non-destructive workflows with Rhino, Grasshopper, Houdini, Unreal Engine, C#, etc. And we would like to thank our team of educators before anything, and our Professor Orlin Davchev, the Dean of the Architectural Faculty of the UACG, who is accrediting the program, and who was at the heart of this endeavor. Of course, my peers, Tsvetelina Georgieva and Michael Pryor, our core leads, Eva Yepez and Tung Nguyen, who have been by the student side consistently through the entirety of the program, and our chapter's leads who generously shared their design knowledge and unique workflows. Maria Soroco Tsupa, Juan Cobo Guerrero, Kira Cahill, Oscar Olson, Victor Klassen, Laura Maria Gonzalez, Pedro Venegas Rodriguez, and Nepto Pau, Madeline Georgiev, Kirill Furmanchuk, Jacob Oshchik, our lab leads, Michael Kuhl, Pedro Venegas Rodriguez, Christopher, Diego Guerrero, and our mentor, Anouk Wiprecht. But mostly our incredible students from all around the globe whose passion and dedication to learn and better themselves is unprecedented, and we are all so proud of their achievements and super excited to see like how everything ties together at the end of the program, all 5 chapters coming to life. We're also very thankful for our mentors and guest support and time, and thank you for joining us today. Just going to go through the list of some of our guests that are joining us today. We have with us Harlan Miller, Associate Design Director of UN Studio, Giuseppe Conti, Lead Architect at Pininfarina, Alwyn Han, Head of Education and Partnerships at Adobe, Aris Vasiliakos, who was a creator, as I said, of course, a racing sim, and now Head of racing in vehicles at Wilder World. Sulaf Aburas, architectural designer, Populous. Eirik Goldenberg, co-founder of Monad Studio. Sam Joshka, founder of Keya Studio. Ozan Ertug, co-founder of Synthetic Architecture. Wissam Fathail, Robotics and Fabrication Lab Manager at NYIT. Momun Keser, architectural designer at UN Studio. Carlos Navarro, architectural designer at Office Untitled. Zvonko Vugrešek, who is a co-owner of Pixeloid, and he's also a PhD candidate of DesignMorphine. Fatma Farag, a faculty of the American University of Cairo, also our Master of Science alumni. Walter Smith, founder of Education Lab, also a Master of Science alumni. Laura Cervetti, co-founder of Zero Material, also Master of Science alumni. Dr. Lenka Petriakova, lead architect at Zahadit Architects and mentor of our PhD program. Daniela Gertovici, director of Argenta, and Clay Odom, associate professor and at Texas School of Architecture and founding partner at Pelum Design Lab. Thank you all for coming here, for being here today, and super excited to kickstart these presentations. I'm handing it off to the first team. Thank you so much.
Poblete, let's roll on to the first team. That's A1 with Lisa, Keya, and Eirik.
Oh,
Hello.
hello.
Hey guys. Yeah, we're Group A1. I'm Lisa. I'm a 3D artist from Melbourne, Australia, currently working out of London.
I'm Keya. My background's in environmental science, and I'm based in Seattle in the US.
And I'm Eirik. I'm Norwegian and I'm an architect.
Our group came together through a shared passion for biodesign, material ecology, and speculative evolution. From there, we dreamt up a world equal parts science and fiction. This story unfolds inside a high-tech synthetic biology lab, told through the perspective of Dr. Venning, a microbiologist tasked with bioengineering SCOBY materials that regenerate dying coral reefs. But everything changes when Venning notices minuscule sentient creatures living in one of his petri dishes that appear to be building their own civilization. As their presence begins to cause disruptions within the lab facility, Venning's faced with a moral dilemma, torn between obedience to his institution and the instinct to protect a blossoming life form. This sends him down an existential spiral that forces him to confront questions far beyond science. What makes something deserving of survival? And who has the right to decide that? We hope our presentation and video make you question what it means to be an intelligent species and whether you believe humankind has met that criteria. I was supposed to save coral reefs. That was the mission. We called it SCREAM, Symbiotic Coral Restoration via Engineered Microbial Consortia. A mouthful, but we liked the acronym. We were developing SCOBY biofilms designed to bind to heat-stressed corals like living bandages and inoculate them with thermally resilient symbionts. The mats would calcify over time, scaffolding skeletal repair beneath the polyps. Fermentation was to be the cure for an ocean boiling to death. Dish 027 was one of many, just another culture effervescing on our incubator rack, until it wasn't. A hollow crystalline mass had erupted from its surface. Suspended inside it was a tiny creature, delicate, spindly, translucent, its legs filamentous like strands of silk. It drifted not like detritus, but with purpose and awareness. E1, I labeled it, the first.
Its form defied classification. A lightweight, feline-shaped skull tapered into elongated dorsal spines and sensory fingers that detected ionic shifts with uncanny precision. Its elegant fin fanned out from its articulated tail, serving as a rudder and a sail, while rippled skin distributed surface tension and directed condensation away from sensitive joints and receptors. At first, I thought E1 could fly, but no, aerosolized microdroplets exhaled by the SCOBY saturated the glass interior like a fine mist. I watched it float, lifting gently off surfaces, limbs trailing, propelled by nothing visible. The air was its ocean, and it was swimming. I called my colleagues over. We deployed the pipetting robot overnight to sample the mutation. And the next morning, we found the machine inert, more crystalline growths climbing its nozzles like ivy. I watched as the first habitation reef grew, clusters of bulbous pods reaching towards the air, wrapped around them like muscle around a bone, emerged a large central tank. Within it, a faintly pulsating fragment of the original SCOBY, breathing, metabolizing. E1 was no longer alone. More of the creatures appeared, nesting in the habitation reef interiors, hovering near the pellicle core like gentle caretakers, adjusting its position as though ensuring its comfort. I realized then the city was not built around the SCOBY. It was built for it, or perhaps by it. New forms emerged, most remarkable among them being skin-encased mating pods that stacked and hung like babymobiles. Fine capillaries funneled freshly fertilized embryos upwards from the pods to a central harvesting station where they would await dispatch to incubation. We studied the system obsessively, attempting to catalog the developments, desperately searching for logic in how structures joined. We began to name them: initiation column, pellicle core, habitation reefs, reproductive capsules, filter organ. Public spaces followed: the wiry pedestrian transit vessels, the observatory where E1s gathered in quiet swarms, the helical brood spires engulfing the pipette nozzles, where incubation eggs clung like dew. We marveled. Just as the city had unfurled, so had a self-sustaining society. We couldn't have known what was to come. The electromagnetic disruptions began subtly. Light bulbs flickered, sensors recalibrated without prompt. The readings were weak but persistent, all traceable to the incubator. The pipetting robot had been the first casualty, but as E1027 grew, so did the interference. Then came the power outage. 4 hours in the dark and cold. When I checked on the incubator, I expected damage, death maybe. Instead, I saw something else. The city had changed. The structures, usually transparent, were now translucent, frosted over like milky stained glass. The SCOBY pellicle glowed dimly, pulsing beneath the city. The generator restored power. I adjusted the incubator temperature to freezing. The structures blurred further, becoming nearly opaque. Fascinated, I pushed the temperature lower. Immediately. Sorry, someone trying to talk?
No.
Okay.
I think I got a message. Oh.
Immediately, the city hardened into alabaster shells, but the SCOBY's glow intensified. Heat radiated from the dish, the bioluminescence sustaining the city like a heartbeat. The walls had sealed to trap the warmth, a thermal cocoon. The city was regulating itself. When the principal investigator ordered its destruction, I understood the rationale. E1027 was a deviation from Scream's objective. It interfered with our facility. It was unplanned, uncontrollable, but it was alive. I stood before it that night. E1s traversed their city, delicate limbs brushing the glass surfaces. They had no utility. They would never end coral die-off or reverse bleaching events. They simply existed. Was that not enough? I hovered my hand over the dish, the sterilizing agent ready, and then I had an idea. I scavenged the lab for old microscopes, dismantling them piece by piece, components no larger than grains of rice. I loaded the mechanical parts into the pipette robot, feeding them down nozzles into the dish like offerings. What I was hoping for, I'm not sure. Maybe the faintest possibility that they could engineer an escape. By morning, the parts had vanished, and I couldn't believe what I saw. At first, it wasn't just glass tubes, panelized borosilicate conduits that snaked through the city like arteries. Then came the vehicles, a sort of train, long, segmented, vaguely arthropodic, navigated these arteries like eels. The walls were formed from calcified biopolymer composites, integrated with neural mesh to sense the environment. Flex joints crafted from hydroformed alloy allowed them to twist and glide smoothly through the turns, responding to curvature like tendons around a bone. The exterior was laminated with microbial skin, a soft, self-repairing blend of chitosan, bacterial cellulose, and graphene-infused protein matrices that adjusted texture in response to pressure and humidity. As the vehicles evolved, so did their function. The SCOBY microbes began modifying the dermal gene expression, thickening the skin and generating a dorsal fin-like structure, an adaptation that allowed more E1s to travel together in groups. Inside, the communal chambers became more defined, rows of hydroformed alloy seats mounted to the vehicle's frame by exposed support struts. The design felt anatomical, like vertebrae lining a soft, breathing tunnel. Bioelectric tendrils protruded from each train's ear, steering whiskers and tactile sensors that gripped the tube walls, ensuring stability during sharp turns. These public vehicles were pulled by vacuum propulsion, moving from node to node through pressure differentials, no clear boundary between infrastructure and inhabitant. At major destinations, spherical docking stations emerged. Each was a hollow calcium carbonate lattice wrapped in a semi-permeable mucosal membrane. These airlocks maintained the E1's microclimate while keeping the vacuum chamber sealed. Mechanical armatures, reclaimed from microscope servos, extended like pedals, each securing public vehicles into socketed clamps between trips. The networks behaved like a circulatory system, ferrying public vehicles full of E1s through the city.
But that wasn't all. High above the city, suspended from one of the shorter pipette nozzles, was something new, a geometric nest of truncated icosahedrons. The hangars where private vehicles roosted. Unlike the public ones, these vehicles flew, smaller, compact, single-passenger aircraft. Their bioplastic shells enclosed hardened titanium endoskeletons, clearly repurposed from dissected lab optics. Microdroplet expelling thrusters propelled them through the atmosphere in looping spirals, leaving faint trails of mist in their wake. Each bore 5 articulated limbs, perfectly suited to manipulate their environment. Beneath the chassis, a ventricle rib cage of hinged alloy struts, open and closed like fingers, cradling E1 eggs bound in a soft, viscous SCOBY jelly. Inside, a seat of the same jelly molded itself perfectly to the operator's form, suspending them in a breathable air matrix and insulating their body from vibration, inertia, and sharp shifts in altitude. Spiraling flight paths were visible only through the haze left behind by the contrails of microdroplet mist. There were 2 distinct looping routes, one for each city district. The vehicles began inside the hangar, where hexagonal dockets latched the vehicles in place and charged them by induction between journeys. From there, they would descend to the reproductive capsules to collect freshly harvested eggs, then rise to the brood spiral peaks to deposit them for incubation. As the eggs matured, they slid downward, with the vehicles collected them once again, carrying them to the habitation reefs, where expecting families awaited delivery of their hatchlings. And then they went back to the hangar again. A perfect circuit. I stood there, speechless. I gave them parts, but they had innovative purpose. And maybe, just maybe, they were building something bigger. But the sterilization deadline still loomed. Just one day left. Desperate, I set out to draft the proposal for the lab to preserve E1027 for research. Calculated and last-ditch attempt to buy some time. I placed E1027 on my cluttered desk and wrote for hours, my eyes flicking between the document and the dish. It must have been well past 3 a.m. when exhaustion finally claimed me. I awoke to rays of sunlight piercing through the blinds, with my fingers still curled in the typing pose. But it wasn't the familiar haze of a late shift that unsettled me. The dish's contents had ruptured outward. Translucent veins stretched in all directions across the desk like a blooming slime mold. Fine threads of mycelial tissue looped and spiraled into dense transit networks, some thick as cables, others no wider than a strand of hair. What stunned me most, though, wasn't the spread, but the structure. Clustered blobs of SCOBY painted the networks, concentrating at nutrient-rich sites, like the uncovered agar dishes, the dried-up coffee spill, and even the sandwich crumbs embedded in the crevices of my keyboard. Each sprouted a colony, a varied configuration of the original Y24 metropole. Public zones swept across the blank regions of the desk, spaces for communal leisure, governance, innovation, and socializing. It was no longer a city, it was a continent. It sure had been terrifying, but I noticed how the growth had avoided me. It had skimmed around my sleeping form, tracing delicately along the arc of my arm, halting just short of where my breath had fogged the glass. It had spared me. When I stood up, though, my foot brushed something soft. There, beside my desk, was the principal investigator's lifeless body. A puddle of blood pooled beneath him, its glistening surface already laced with bubbling SCOBY membranes. The transit network's filaments crept across his body and into the blood like roots into wet soil. I stared, frozen. Was it self-preservation? Vengeance? I didn't know. But I felt something unexpected. A pang of relief. The one who had sought to destroy Y24 now lay digested by it. I don't know what comes next. Not for the lab, not for my career, nor for the sprawling organism before me. But I know I am no longer its keeper, merely its witness. And perhaps friend.
Thank you, guys. So we hope you enjoyed that story. When originally imagined the world in the first chapter, we conceived an alternate ending. So that's the version brought to life in the short trailer that we're going to show you now.
Inside Dish 027, life has evolved into something far beyond what I expected. Initially designed to reverse coral bleaching using advanced synthetic biology, the experiment has transformed into a living ecosystem, a self-sustaining world driven by an enigmatic central force, the SCOBY. I thought it was just an anomaly, a glitch of biology, but it's still here, still building, it doesn't stop. I dream of Eve, the perfect organism birthed from this utopia. I dream of becoming one of them. They've built something perfect, a closed loop, every part in balance, every being with purpose. The vehicles follow their circuits like blood through a heart, private, communal, purposeful. They carry their young, their future. There's no hesitation, no error, only movement, only design. When I introduced the sample into the isolation tank, it became a mass the size of a submerged god. Humans could never build something like this. They are too unconscious, too dead to the world around them, spiritually void. empty vessels that kill and destroy other life just for personal gain. Even with this world in front of them, breathing, blooming, they'll kill it because it doesn't serve, because it doesn't profit. But I won't let that happen. I've watched this system flourish in a sterile dish. If I inject myself with the scopy medium, if I give myself to them, they'll have something better than plastic and glass. I'll be the base. Let them grow through me, let them bloom from my eyes, my ears, consume me, consume everything. I will carry them forward.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, team. Thank you so much for sharing today. Super exciting. I love that, again, like to see like the whole storyline come together. I think that you guys like were one of the teams really like starting from the beginning that you know, like really like were obsessing the storyline, and as well as, you know, like how to really like deliver the message. And I think that was very evident, like you were really looking the project from multiple perspectives. And I think that that was something that is enriching so much, like the experience of really like understanding your mindset and what leads like your design decisions. The project is very cohesive. It has really like the approach is demonstrating a very thoughtful engagement, both in the conceptual realm as well as the technical aspects of the program. And I just love the complexity of the project and all the layers that you're building around it. What I'm very excited about, though, to be honest, is also like the teamwork that you were able to accomplish through the project, because again, like there is like so much like that has been discussed, right? Like, and so many ideas that like, you know, came to the table in order for this like to really like exist. It's a very imaginative project, which I think is like what also distinguishes it and it makes it very special. And it's something that definitely like will stay with us as a story, and you know, like as a really like great contribution to the masters. So thank you so much, guys. I really love like every minute of this storyline and you developing this work. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Pavlina.
So much, Pavlina.
We can thank you.
All right. Where do we start from here? Incredible presentations, honestly. I remember seeing the initial project like 3 months ago, and feels like 3 years ago. This is absolutely mind-blowing for me. And I remember telling you guys back then that the scale of some of the presentation was a bit troubling to me. And I can very happily say that you've nailed it now. It was very, very clear what was happening, how it was a microcosm becoming gigantic. So wonderful work on that. Incredible color palette consistency. I really love the combination of real-world elements in contrast to the fiction. The CAD-like 3D models and organics work really nicely for me. So, wow, that's a great start. So, congrats, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It really helped putting everything together to get the scale like
Oh, yeah.
down. Yeah.
Yeah, congrats to the team. The cohesiveness in the design between the laboratory and the biological objects is flawless. It's almost like the experiment kind of reached out and dissolved the lab and kind of brought it into. And so many times you see this in sci-fi movies that have come out where you feel like the production design of, recently I just saw Alien Romulus, it wasn't cohesive to what you normally see the xenomorph kind of do, and it's always a hit or miss. But with this, I actually see this could be, from a production level, easily implemented in Aliens Earth or something, where I would like to see a little bit more of the synergy. And then coupled with that, I would also like to see, and I know you guys are done with the project, or maybe you have so much work here that's so great that you're gonna probably lament on it for some time. It would really fascinate me to see how it interacted with other biological things actually as it got out of the lab, like with wood or leaves or different colors and textures. Because I think a little bit more variance in the color would also bring a lot of the detail and the depth that you have modeled in there a little out too. But I mean, it's phenomenal stuff, and I'm completely captivated, entertained. So thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I had the same problem with Romulus. It was like they tried to commercialize it too much. It just lost something there. So I appreciate that. We put a lot of attention to detail, all the wee bits.
I hope that I come through well. My internet connection is not so good here, so let me know yes or no. But yeah, I loved following this project. I was there in the beginning, then I skipped out a bit, and now I see it again. And it's just beautiful what, you guys came up with. Also the narration, kind of the sleazy voice in the end video was really cool. Well picked. And also your features are just beautiful. The bones, the colors, the translucency, the use of sort of glass and all, and the lab setting. It was really, really cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm Stella Faburas. I'm with Populous. I'm an architectural designer and the lead of their R&D department. I believe I saw the work around 3 months ago, or maybe a little bit more or so. I think I skipped one review, but this is marvelous work. I mean, I would really like to see this, what's next, want it to end. The attention to details, the technical skills, and even it shows the harmony of the team, and it shows in the work. So I really commend you on that. It's just absolutely marvelous, technical wise, story wise, and I would really highly encourage you to reach out to publications or even I don't know, production companies. What is version 2 of this? This is amazing work, and really good job.
Thank you so much.
What
Hi
a compliment.
guys, how are you? So happy to hear from you again. Really happy to see where all this process ended up with this amazing world. I just want to jump in to say that I really loved how you played with translucency, subsurface scattering, reflections, refractions, all those properties of the materials to end up with these elements that look so cool. Also love the color palette. Really like how you kept everything so cold toned, but at the same time you added those pops of warm tones with the blood and things like that that look so amazing. I agreed also on previous comments about the scale. Sometimes I feel I lose a little bit the sense of a scale, mainly with the corpuscle, I think. That looks a little bit out of scale, but everything else looks really cohesive. And yeah, mainly that's all I wrote about how the things I saw. Thank you for this amazing world that you built.
Thanks, Juan.
Thank you.
It's been forever.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I just again, like everybody is doing, I want to commend you on such gorgeous work. I do remember seeing it before in that it always was a reference to tanks and containment and lab setting and all of that. And now I see that in the narratives, with the evolution of the narratives, there's these incidents, right, that happen, and then the whole system can be reshuffled, and kind of like the accident leads to, or the incident leads to more discoveries. But in all of these, like I'm in Miami, where we have a lot of incidents with coral reef, negative ones. But so I'm wondering if one should question a little more what to design rather than how to design. And instead of trying to design objects or infrastructure or the more beautiful way in which these two scales are woven together, I was wondering more about the kind of medium, like the stuff that's a little more difficult to grasp. What sustains these things when they are in a liquid medium or they're in a non-liquid medium? And what if that is the thing that becomes objectified somehow? The medium itself, like ultimately maybe these things rather than, because how can we continue designing objects and make them ever more crazy, sophisticated, whatnot? What's the drive and the aim? Whereas I think that there's a whole new territory that this project may be inquiring into, which is about that medium when whatever the guy is kind of released into this kind of aqueous. It led me to think that maybe all these amazing devices can somehow leave a trace in that medium as they're moved by the medium or they move through the medium. And that trace is the thing that becomes the city or the inhabitable somehow circulatory element, you know? There's something really, to me, very intriguing about that. And this project continues to be, was before. And with the narrative, it's even made more clear to me that it almost, things want to escape containment and eventually not spread, but rather have an impact on that medium. So they become kind of like, the medium becomes a witness of their movement and presence and activations and things that may unfold. Just a thought. I think it's beautiful, really, really beautiful.
I like that thought. Makes me think of like, they're called stromatolites. Isn't that the columns of ancient dead bacteria? There's no one living there anymore, but the structures are still there and witnesses to past life. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of at the beginning. I don't know if you guys were able to catch that, because I was like asking if the sound was working, but it said that there were no samples that remained, and this was footage following the disappearance of Dr. Venning. So this is all kind of in the past and destroyed, but hopefully there's some eerie trace. If there was a sequel, then maybe you'd see that maybe something was left behind, some vestigial structure that could evolve into a second iteration or a second evolution. Definitely something I've thought about.
I just wanted to give a real brief comment that I think this is beautiful work. It's fascinating. It's a captivating story. What caught me, or what, and I was kind of a little, I think, distracted by all the visuals to follow the story as well as I should have been. What I found most intriguing was its intentions, and it reminded me of kind of AI escaping the lab and identifying how, human greed or whatever it is deviates from the goal of system health, and how it serves the need of the organism moving forward as a collective. And I think that was something really interesting to potentially dive into more, is what is the intention of this, and what does it set out to accomplish? Because it felt like, again, and maybe that was addressed and I just didn't pick up on it, but I felt like that was a really core part of the story and a really interesting part of it that anchors it in purpose. But great work, like really, really great work.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, for me as well, congratulations on this gorgeous result, visually and conceptually. Again, I mean, I was just impressed with the level of detailing of creatures and vehicles, and all the network systems they were like on point. But I appreciated a lot the storytelling and strategy, like using a narrator voice to carry us through this story was great. And I appreciate like this intent of confronting this micro world in this lab environment, like having that dual scale between again the micro world and that human scale space. I think it was it created this tension that was interesting to see, and I think it was achieved well. So yeah, just congratulations. It looks stunning.
Thank you.
Hello, guys. Thanks for the presentation. Unfortunately, I have issues with my webcam, so you won't be seeing me. But I also want to congratulate you on this amazing project. Like, I think from the last time, I can also agree on that the scaling and narration is very harmonious, and it's very presented very well. Instead of giving comments about the whole project itself, I think you heard lots of feedback on that. But I would also see the story going towards is like this guy who invented these ecosystem, let's call it this way. What if he is a vessel to the outside, and how these little creatures now interact with the real world and real objects? That will be also, especially the last scene in your trailer, that was super pretty cool to see, because how these mini creatures interact with his hand, and it starts to grow like this mycelium growth and so on. Seeing that also with other kind of stuff would be also pretty nice. Especially I see in these kind of creatures also, if we talk about real world, like termites, how they populate, how should I say, the wooden beam in an old house, and how they change its section all of a sudden. That's also something quite nice to also explore. Just imagine a section of a house. Every time you zoom in, you see the different kind of scale of changes that has been made through this. So you can make a macro section, in between section, and a micro section, and each time you see this new vessels coming out, new kind of spaces coming into view. Might be also quite interesting to see. But yeah, that would be kind of my ideas of how this can also grow into grow much further.
Really cool idea. Thank you.
Yeah. Really.
Like also a Christopher Nolan storyline creation. What you can also do is telling the story in 3 different scales. You know, there is a scale in the real world, there is a scale in the in-between world, like a tangible world, and there is a world or a storyline for the micro world. Like you have a storyline that kind of flips in between 3 different scales. That will be something. I think the next step to Christopher Nolan storytelling. I don't know. Instead of jumping in between time, you jump in between scale.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also from my side, guys, I really I enjoy so much. And I think about talking about scale is what I really enjoy, because even if there was different scale, the storytelling was allowing me to zoom out and zoom in without no issue. Actually, I was super into the project. So really congratulations. I really love it. And the storytelling and the decision to be on the third person to tell the story completely grabbed my attention, I guess, from the audience today. Thank you. Thank you to have me guiding in your story. It has been beautiful.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. We're glad we succeeded in your eyes with the scale. It's definitely was a big challenge and something that was a huge goal to convey in the video.
Just a quick one from my side. Thanks for sharing. First of all, graphics is always amazing. things to say about. I really like the storytelling methodology. So the way you worked on both micro and macro, I think it was great. So the first time I've seen this work, so it was pretty clear. And I also like the way you kind of analyze the city with covered glasses, right? So it was like a way to analyze cities at a micro scale. To me, it was quite interesting. Yeah. And then the other thing is about the rippled skin. I was thinking, do you think you could use that at an architectural scale? Because it was really, really cool. So that, I mean, it's just curiosity. And yeah, congratulations, nice job.
Yeah, I second that. I think that you know, it's an incredibly beautiful presentation, and you know, I think I can't really add much to what's been said in terms of praise for this. I'd love to see the next steps, but some considerations that I think are kind of embedded or latent within the project that I think I'd like to just know more about in some ways are sort of this kind of like classical kind of 19th century approach to scientific classification that's kind of like embedded in maybe a design methodology. And then the beginnings of a more contemporary approach to kind of an ecological systemic or set of overlapping systems that are interacting and inflecting each other in some ways. And I think maybe that's a little bit to what Eirik was getting at with his medium question, was how are these things starting to produce other things that are extraneous to themselves rather than being self-contained? That's kind of embedded in your narrative in an interesting way, but it would be kind of a compelling way to start to really tease out how does this thing grow, adapt, and become intertwined even more delicately with the world around it. And I think that it's a clever jump to use the sort of pipette kind of like petri dish kind of model, and then the next layer out being the lab, and the next layer after that being the human body. And I think you're starting to understand this kind of like interacting, overlapping, nested relations. But those questions about sort of like diving into one particular piece versus starting to see how that piece is interacting and producing new things that sometimes we can't control. To me, that's kind of like what links this up with things beyond the narrative too, just design in general. And like when we make stuff and we send it out in the world, it's producing effects. And so I think that those kind of links could be strengthened in the project, but it's really gorgeous and exciting to see. Thank you for showing.
You know, Keya, if I may add something a little bit to that. Keya, I thought that what was interesting too in regards to how you're seeing it is that this project, what I was referring to in regards to the possibility of designing the medium, is that it's because of the beauty and the interesting mechanisms that are set up here, it has the chance of mutually affect genotype and phenotype, like if not simultaneously, that these things will happen. They are happening in your narrative. And I was hoping, or maybe in my mind saying, okay, let's go even more there. The genotype is something that all of a sudden is beyond the containment of the species themselves. And it's return, there's a feedback because the phenotypical adaptations they need to undergo will affect that which affects them, will affect the medium. And the medium can become the thing being affected. It can become infected by the genotype of the pieces. That's all.
Hi guys. I wanted oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry. I just wanted to add something on this thought. Yesterday, I was watching with my son Penguins, The Secret of Penguins, National Geographic, and it just the medium of water or the crystallization basically phenomenon that you chose to elaborate on in this project just reminded me that it could possibly react with another species such as the penguins, and currently they're facing, you know, they're very behavioral kind of species, and you created something that feeds on behavior. So it feels like, you know, it could actually react with another organism and understand a need, and then expand just the actual, you know, medium of water has this crystallization and change of phase, that it could actually, communicate directly with a species and understand their needs, and either expand or not expand, whether they need a hard, I don't know, surface to walk on so they can cross from one cluster of ice to another. But there's just the beauty of this project, that you can imagine so many different scenarios you can expand on. But just a trail of thought, think of water as a medium, phase changing, is really special, this project, not just the species itself.
That's really beautiful. Thank you.
That's cool that you brought that up, because I think that was actually water as a communication tool was a big part of the original like concept here. This was like part of our concept lab, like vibrations and water flow as a design communication tool. Yeah.
I just wanted to touch on the comment earlier made, I can't remember who made it, regarding scale. I think it would be really interesting to explore the concept of scalar recursion, where kind of metaphysically, where you get to micro and it becomes cosmic again, and then it just kind of repeats in on itself, and it folds in on itself, and maybe goes into different realities or things like that, and exploring how potentially, or what their consciousness is, like what their level of consciousness is, and how they influence through these different substrates like water or cosmic foam or things like that, but at different scales, how they interact with the frequencies that are available through the mediums there. And again, how that can just kind of cycle through via kind of scalar recursion, if you will. I think I feel like this project lends itself to that. And when I see that you were exploring initially frequencies and water and things like that, it makes me think that that's where kind of your head was potentially at initially. So I think that that could be an interesting place to explore further.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sounds really interesting.
The interest in the SCOBY is all about like fascination with the microcosmos, and like all started from a fascination with things like collective consciousness with slime molds and mycelium and scobies. So I completely get where your head's at.
And the very small can influence the very large.
Yeah.
Hi, team. I hope it's okay if I jump in here quickly. I know you've received a ton of feedback and it's all been very good. There's a lot of ideas, but I do have some thoughts that haven't been mentioned yet. I haven't seen you guys since December, which is crazy. The last time I saw your projects, they were not even one project.
They were three.
Yes. I just want to congratulate you guys on your work. I think it's really awesome to see how all of your ideas have come together. I know some of you were very interested in more like organic modeling and like ZBrush, and then others were very interested in hard surface and like, using Houdini and Grasshopper. And I think in the project, it's super clear how all of these different aspects of the three of you are coming into the project, especially in terms of the modeling and the actual like creatures and vehicles and, the corpuscles that you created. I also really do appreciate the stylization of your renderings, especially towards the end of the presentation where the man's laying on his desk and they're kind of like in a night vision or like X-ray style. I thought was super, super cool. I do think that sometimes the stylization can be a little bit limiting in terms of the actual visuals that you're producing and the materiality that you're choosing. So if I were to go and be nitpicky or like go back and you're preparing this for your portfolios later, I might just challenge you to be more intentional about what pieces of, your characters and your corpuscles, the vehicles, all of that are what material. Because I think what could be a really cool part of this project is
highlighting what is organic material versus what is more mechanical, human-made types of materials, and then working to balance those throughout the project. Because right now, I think the way it's rendered is absolutely beautiful, but it is a little bit ambiguous. You know, you're like looking at it and some things have a very organic like modeling and form, but then they're kind of rendered more as like a glass or like, you know, something like that. So I don't know if you just want to go through and add like even more effort on top of everything you've already done, that could be something to explore. But congratulations, guys. I think this is just like an awesome project. I'm super excited to see it come together in a very unexpected way, at least for me.
Thank you, Keya.
I have to agree with Kira. Hello, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had a similar like I agree with the Kira about if you've thought of different ways to materialize these projects. I mean, it's a very impressive presentation, impressive storytelling, and I love the symbiosis between the biological and the digital, and how you laid it out in a presentation style. But it's also very interesting. It would be like very interesting to see how these things would work in real life. If there's some relations, an explanation of how these things would be made. I mean, visually they're stunning, and the also the color palette, the X-ray style is very impressive, and it's very imaginative, and I really appreciate that, thinking outside of the box. But how do you move forward with this project? Like how would this work as an architectural, you know, project? But
That's
all
a
in
question
all,
for Eirik. I don't know.
yeah, but thank you
He's the
very much for
architect.
this, and it shows the amount of like different layers or tools that are used to accomplish this. And yeah, I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Yeah, working through this project has unlocked a series of tools that in themselves are super useful in architectural design going on, and sort of unlocking some of the shapes and forms and methodologies that has made this project possible is absolutely something that I will bring along into the future, see what can be done. And it's a good demonstration of what is actually possible. You see this, you can actually make this, which is empowering.
Yeah.
Hi team, congratulations for putting up this beautiful, strong project. Like it's an incredible amount of work that you guys have been doing through all the 5 chapters, and it's a real cinematic show to see all of them coming together. It's just not about the technical parts or like the cinematic part. It's overall the concept, the storytelling, the materials, the mesh, everything that you've been doing is being so amazing. And it was so amazing to work with you guys. Super proud of the final results that I see. And the main critic that was falling for your team always was the scale. And I'm super glad that this review, everyone appreciates that. And that's something that you had a challenge, you had a hurdle, and you got your way there. So amazing. Yeah, just amazing experience to work with you guys. And how you pulled off the soft robotics is just not easy for everyone to have that skill of hard surface modeling and the organic stuff coming together. But you had a really good eye of balance and cohesive materials and everything. So good job, guys, and congratulations on my side.
Thanks, Eva.
Thank you.
You're the best.
Yes.
Thank you. You guys have been the best as well. So be proud of yourself. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys, and congratulations once again. And we are gonna move to the next team.
All right. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to A2 with David and Henri.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Henri Vanhaerents. I'm an independent designer and a 3D artist with a background in product design and innovation and entrepreneurship. I'm currently based in Paris, and I'm super excited to share the project where we've worked on for the past 9 months.
Hey everybody, my name is David Ramirez. I am from Ecuador. I'm currently based in Barcelona. I'm a product designer and a 3D artist as well. And super happy to show you what Henri and I have been cooking during these past months. Hope you like it. From now on, we will be speaking from the point of view of one of our characters that is called Keya. We have spent a cycle traveling through the veins of a dying world, from fragments of body, to shelter, to city, to system, to collapse. Each chapter has revealed a deeper layer of life on Setharak, a planet suspended between extinction and endurance. This is the journey of our world, and of me, Keya, last of a species, witnessed to the end.
Our theory grew from a single truth, that survival is no longer about living, it's about adapting to decay. Setharak is a system built on loss, an alien beam of energy, our only source of life, which drifts unpredictably across the surface. Where it touches, life blooms, but as it moves, everything burns. Our world was formed not through control, but through reaction. Each structure, each organism, and each system you'll see today was created in fear of the inevitable. This project is the anatomy of that fear, stretched into architecture, transport, and culture.
Beneath a dim, barely moving sun, my world, named Setharak, stretches endlessly. The orange desert sand fading into a gloomy horizon. Days and nights blur into one oppressive breath. I've watched energy fade from this place. I've seen life drain from every creature and structure. This place once pulsed with life and energy, but now it stands as a tomb, silent and loaded with forgotten memories. We are remnants waiting to vanish, and I am the last one to witness the decay.
I am Keya. My body is brittle, barely holding together. What remains is wrapped in a thin exoshell, cracked under pressure. The energy channels within me pulse weakly, struggling to recall what it's like to flourish. The network that once sustained me is failing. It no longer protects, it contains. I am not whole, I'm a residue of something that was, and yet I move, drawn by a need more profound than instinct. I reach towards the relic we feared. We called it the Osirisk. It waits quiet, curled in on itself. I offered myself to it, and it opened. Its limbs pierced my back. Fire flooded my spine. We are united now, a symbiotic bond. It feeds me motion, and I feed it purpose, a pact born of desperation. I have seen others, bent, fused, and driven by borrowed strength. There used to be many of us, but times have changed. Some reached towards silence, others disappeared into the wind. But all of us are bound by the same fracture. Decay awaits us.
This is Setharak, a world split by a force that should not exist. The network didn't rise, it settled. Layered like sediment, each drift westward chases the returning beam. Not design, but erosion. Cities collapse into one another, each less certain than before. The beam fell from the sky, carving the first crack most east of the map. There, life rose, fossilized now into ruins, a bastion of the past. As the pulse moved, so did we. As it moved, new life flourished, a second crack opened, a colony emerged, as we migrated like desperate beings eager for survival. Kalisar followed, fragmenting and expanding. A second pulse thrived, but not for long. Now the beam anchored west, the last one standing, a final breath, a last flicker of heat and hope. The cities feed on the fading energy. The two previous lie dormant, severed and cold. Each beam left behind a scar, and through these cracks, energy spread like veins glowing beneath our exoshell. Creatures carved tunnels, others built towers to chase the sky. Each colony reflected the path of the beams growing, fading, breaking. Each layer of Kalisar's anatomy serves a distinct role. The underground network is a labyrinth for our transport worms. Above, we have the aerial network, energy exhaustive but precise. The energy beam impact maps how the irradiant veins spread across the terrain. Underneath, the forgotten network shows two hidden paths buried deep underground and rarely accessed. Lastly, the circuit pathways form thin, focused corridors, used only by those able to channel high-frequency energy. But those days are long behind us.
Located deep within the shifting dunes of Saturac, a seed was cast in the sand, endlessly searching for power. Natural evolution adapted to endure. We called it Mutkara, a hollow temple, shifting its bones with the rhythm of a world it could not control. More than a structure, it is a living entity desperate for survival. Mutkara grew different sacred spaces, where we see control over the last traces of energy. The oldest space within is the Oracle Chamber. Bridges and stairs here are formed from the fossilized remains of a fallen being like me, other Gavors. Their bodies turned to stone by the absence of energy. At the end of the bridge, an ancient Gavor is fused to the wall by living tendrils. His skin is cracked and hollow, yet his veins still pulse with energy. He whispers fragmented truths, echoes of a forgotten past. At Mutkara's heart rises the Astracore reactor, a towering spire channeling cosmic energy from the dying star. It pulls the energy from the sky, reshaping it into something we could exploit. This chamber is a lifeline and a shrine, where fading rituals seek to preserve a dying rhythm, the fragile heartbeat that keeps the last of our kind alive, a fragile rhythm that sustains a dying entity. Mutkara exists out of different layers. Its exoshell rises like armor, mimicking the dunes. Layered patterns deflect the harsh winds. Beneath it, semi-opaque walls filter light into a soft glow. The walls breathe, expanding and contracting to form dynamic protective spaces. At its heart, a vital energy system pulses through glowing conduits. A heat dissipation system channels branch out like capillaries, venting excess heat and preventing Mutkara from collapsing under its own power. Deep within its halls, the obelisks are incubated, suspended in translucent sacs, waiting to be reached. These creatures emerged half-formed, yet full of need. We call this place Mother. It rebirthed us, it protected us, and eventually it let us go. We left its safety. We stepped into the storm, guided by heat and hunted by silence.
From the bones of Mutkara, Kalisar grew, not constructed, but evolved, piece by piece. At first, the terrain is nothing but white dust, shifting like an endless ocean. But as the beam saturates the surface, the ground collapses, forming a vast crater that devours everything. Fissures split open, exposing ancient stone, now seared and blackened by the energy's touch. From this rupture, Calisarch took root, tendrils stretched, shells multiplied, chambers formed by repetition, dwellings filled the hollow skin. It evolved slowly, layer after layer, each one a reaction to a deficiency, each one an act of survival. But survival doesn't mean a balance. Those near the core had more, those on the edge held the walls, and we waited on the outskirts, forgotten. Each cluster adapted uniquely. Some structures become habitacles, flexible living spaces that retract and expand like breathing organs. Other develops into protective shells, hardening with layers of exoshell to shield against Cetherac's brutal storms. Some remain exposed, their surfaces soft and raw, growing in intricate patterns to form fluid, adaptable settlements. The entire system moves as one, shifting, growing, and reshaping to sustain Calisarch's ever-evolving form. Even our resting places, even the plazas, they are memories, they are remnants, but they still hold for now. The beam moves, so must we. We carve two networks, one beneath the sands, one above the skies. Beneath the surface, the public network carries us slowly through the burial ground. Massive worm-like creatures tunnel forward, bearing up to 40 of us in stasis. Inside, we rest in translucent pods, suspended, shielded, dormant. These are not vehicles for speed. They are endurance machines. These creatures burrow slowly, guided by instinct and memory. They dock at stations bent by the wind. We crawl in, we vanish. Their interiors are soft and dark, pulsing with the warmth of stored energy. We sleep to conserve. We travel in silence. We survive the journey by doing nothing at all. Each worm mimics Mutkara layered composition, echoing the city's anatomy. It houses energy systems, an exoshell, and soft tissue. Necessity made flesh. Together, they form arteries beneath their skin.
Above, the private network flickers with faster, more fragile flight patrolling the city's upper layers. The jet-like creatures are organic and aggressive. Each holds only one of us. Winged, silent, and bound to us by nerve. To ride them, we join, flesh to flesh, nerve to nerve. The engine tendrils enter through our spine. There's no warning, just heat, then pressure. You feel the veins activate, energy flooding faster than your body can accept. They dock at aerial terraces, bone-framed balconies with soft landing membranes that adjust to the jet's shape. It hurts, but we rise, not to fly, but to endure. Each journey draws heat from Calisarch's roots. Each takeoff leaves the city colder. These systems are not beautiful, they are barely functional, but they hold us together. The worms tunnel underground, the flyers dock above. Each gather is shuttled through this network like blood through veins. From a distance, it may look chaotic, but it's not. It's intuitive. Every tendril, every tunnel, every vehicle is part of the circulatory system, Calisarch's network. As the celestial beam shifts position, Kalisar reorients, and its life support systems follow. Kalisar is a body in shock. Each turn on a flight pad is a gasp, a stutter, an attempt to survive just one more cycle. And we persist. Kalisar breathes through these systems. It survives because of them. And so do I.
The beam flickers. The ground forgets our names. What we call survival was only a pause. The dust will take us, as it will always meant to, but somewhere beneath collapsed veins and hollow skin, a single breath still lingers. I am that breath. I am Gebot, and I have not exhaled. For now.
Now moving on to our video. I hope you guys liked our little presentation.
Thank you, team. Fantastic, really fantastic work. Really, like you guys are ready for Hollywood. Speechless, mic drop.
Thank you.
I really appreciate the strong direction that you've had from the beginning, really, of the masters. Like you've really like worked so well together from the beginning, you know, like working through each and every chapter, you know, like bringing this incredible work to life. So incredible teamwork, incredible project. I would say that like I really appreciate also the clarity like of your design process, and like how fast you were in like taking decisions, design direction, listening to feedback, being super proactive and super serious about like your whole process. So that's something that really like it's appreciated from the team as well. The rigor of your process is definitely evident in this final outcome that we're seeing. You really mastered very complex technical, skills like through the process. Again, that like we're seeing like as a final outcome. Some of definitely like my favorite like aspects of this project, which is again like very cohesive, and like every aspect of it is like very very well thought of. For me, it's definitely the body integration with the architecture. Like that's something that is very special to your project from the beginning, and I love like how you really like thought of that integration like with the environment. When you were also like thinking about the vehicles and the movement of the vehicles. And I just love like what you guys have done with all that. And just to say, if our guest today didn't understand your video, that was because it was in Alien.
Yeah.
Super, super
Basically.
proud of you guys. Thank you so
Thank you
much
so
for
much.
being such an incredible team.
Yeah, this is really good work. I mean, it's almost a little overwhelming trying to wrap my head around it. Can we look at that top left section right there, the pod?
Here, this thing?
Right there, the internal skin with the things around it. As I was following your project, I mean, this is the part to me that really probably is the most successful. Because from the beginning, I was wondering whether this project is about the exaggeration of the bones or the disappearance of the skin. Like what did you do, right? And then as soon as you got here, you started talking about rupturing of the skin, and all of a sudden the skin became an internal thing. And I think that was the magical touch, let's say, where you inverted the entire system. And here I'm just talking about entirely sort of an architectural design sense. So that was to me is what things started to get a lot more exciting, because with the creature, things disappear and the skin disappears, and of course whatever that's internal becomes a lot more exciting, right? But the inverse here to me is what makes it. Then you move into the amalgamation of the thing, and it becomes about the repetition of these sharp elements. And as compelling as it is, and of course extraordinary work when it comes to the modeling, just to be a little bit nitpicky here, things will start to float a little bit. I'm not sure gravitationally how this planet functions. And what I was wondering, I mean, this is just from a technique standpoint, when you start repeating things like right there on the left, you're bound to having things float and be less connected. So in my mind, I was like, what happens if at the amalgamation stage, the skin comes back and becomes a little bit more external to tie things together, right? Because in a harsh environment like this, whether we're talking about skin from an architectural standpoint or a human standpoint, from a human standpoint and architectural, it's the biggest organ, right? It's the biggest system that ties things together. As amazing as it is, I think you would have taken it a step further if the skin came back on the outside when the amalgamation system happens. But other than that, that's just sort of one comment. But other than that, it's great work.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that was also part of like the most challenging thing. So I don't know, like we tried to bring that translucency of the skin and like the organ elements back into it, but I guess by trying to use these different techniques that are also very new to us at this point, like trying to get everything back together at the end was proven to be difficult. But I do agree with your point. That makes a lot of sense.
Hey, thank you, Henry, David, for entertaining us. This kind of shows you the strength of a protagonist when you actually nail the protagonist at the very beginning. I think with your character development, you can kind of tell you guys set the bar really high. You kind of framed it. You understood the rigging that needed to go into it. And nowadays, you know, you can always see if I put 100 movie characters up in front of us, sometimes you just get this emotional connection where you don't really care about the protagonist anymore. When I see yours and the level of detail and the love that you put into that, even showing how you were controlling the rig and actually how dynamic you got the character, I was totally sold from the early onset. And especially I love the little flying machine that he's actually in. That was in your video. That was one of the best parts. But in terms of the level of rigor that you carried through the documentation, your drawings of the nerve network or the documentation at the very beginning, I'd hang those on my wall. So those, I really love the drawings that you guys actually did in the documentation that went behind this as well. Now, I would say too, because you had such a strong character, and I think the modeling was actually part of that, and the detail that defined it. You know, just embellish that a little bit more and lean into it a little bit more when it came to the storytelling too, because I wanted to see a little bit more from a narrative standpoint about this character, because I was actually so fascinated by it. And so don't leave your protagonist hanging too much, even though you have such a beautiful set and scene to go with them too. But great work.
Thank you.
I wanted to comment on this thing about rhythm that the project seems to be interested in. Well, it's beautiful. It's really gorgeous. It's really there's some really interesting moments to it. But to me, now that we're looking at this image, seeing the overall building or city over on top of the letters Cetera, that's when things become a little like conventional. Like you have these tubes and you have towers emerging, pods cased, and vertical, horizontal. It seems like it has itself remnants of other orders that seem to be deeply embedded in some of us. But like Fadil was highlighting, there's some really interesting things going on with the skin, with the articulation of that pulsation. Well, I'm the author of a book called Pulsation that particularly interests me. But I think that to me was kind of maybe telling of more possibilities of how the architecture could configure itself in regards to the impact of this pulse and how it not only grows into a very articulated topography, but is able to continue to affect it until that pulse changes to a different kind of pulse or pulse of the pulse itself of decay, right? So in a way, I think that the configuration of that architecture has more of a possibility in its continuous questioning or being questioned by the territory. So the territory is not a neutral thing upon which this exerts its activity, but it's kind of a give and take. So there could be more than one pulse simultaneously, and not those two pulses only, because then we have the smaller creatures, the flying creatures, or this kind of strange guy, right? It's really beautiful. It's really, really cool. He's such a cool guy, I think. And when you say at the end, though, that he can only, almost like a disclaimer, no? Like, okay, we have all these tubes because it's a good way of producing segmented bodies, whatever. And we can only just circulate like blood through veins. But no, I think that, when you do the worm, that strange worm that kind of moves the sand around, and I wonder, what else, what the worm passed, what happened, right? What trace it left? Because the guy inside can also do that. Like these desperate creatures inside, maybe seeking energy or, with the last energy trying to do something crazy, they could reconfigure the thing from within if their movement and the thing that activates that movement is maybe capable of through their own pulses, have a manifest affectation of the overall pulse on their path, or we're opening things, and they're not just going to circulate. They want to do stuff, right? We tend to want to do things. I don't know. I think that this idea of having several pulses that they can maybe fight each other, affect each other, could lead to a less predictable configuration of the architecture. But it's really extraordinary, like people are saying, and I'm really high on it right now, you know.
Thanks. Thank you.
Hey guys, what can I say? The presentation is truly extraordinary here. Also clearly shows your background and expertise in 3D modeling and as 3D artist as well. I find impressive consistency in the whole narrative and the story. You have names for pretty much everything in this world, which again convince me as a viewer that this world actually exists. And I would love also to explore it more because the time is so limited to understand and, you know, take notes of everything. There is only one thing I would like to see more, and this is not even a critique, honestly, because I don't feel I belong to the correct place to criticize something like that. But the whole world is, you know, this environment is dying or is really under lots of pressure from the environment to resist. And I think it misses maybe in the textures a little bit of degeneration or decadence in the structures. It feels to me extremely perfect. Every single element and fractal structure is absolutely fantastic. And that is a little bit in contrast. This is the only, honestly, feedback that I can give. Everything else is really blows my mind. And the whole presentation that you gave with the, you know, the video at the end, I don't even know if you made a new language out of it or if it's something else that you took. Absolutely mesmerizing. Really, really great.
I had oh, sorry.
I was just gonna comment on the language. That was a bit strange for me as well to record it, but yeah, it turned out great.
And alien language.
I had kind of a parallel thought, I guess, to Eris. I want to reiterate and commend your work on your character and the rigging and the corpuscle. I think those are really, really strong parts of your project. When you start to create your amalgamation and bring it into the whole world, I do feel kind of conflicted about it because your animation to me is like the best part of this project because it's so immersive and it really shows what you've created as an actual like world. You know, it's not a floating character or a floating corpuscle. It's like grounded in this environment. But I think for me, especially some of these views, like the one in the center of your board where you're kind of like looking at this city that has come up out of the desert, it looks almost like it's just kind of sitting on the desert. And I kind of want to see it more integrated and respond a little bit more to the environment, especially if this is a world that is sort of like parasitic of the environment. I want to see it like integrated, like going into the world, or even if like some of the geometries and things were reflected in other natural elements, like I can see in the background of some of your renderings, you have these kind of like almost canyon-like structures way off in the distance, but they have a very different language from your city and your amalgamation and your corpuscles. So if there is anything else to do on this, I would maybe just consider how in the individual renderings, you're really making this structure feel like monumental and overpowering, and that it's like really integrated into the environment that it's sitting in. But great work. I'm like, again, just super happy to see how far you guys have come. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, guys. I just want to add to that comment from Kira. I think there is also another way to deal with this kind of contrast in between the environment and the object itself. What I missed, or what you could have added into the story, was how this city or this organism deals with the environment on a material basis. Maybe it feeds itself through sand. maybe sand is one of the, how should I say, it's something that the whole structure is extremely organic and it looks like it's living. And if you look at a flower, when it has the best coloring, it means that it gets the best water in best conditions. So which means the city itself is in a best spot ever. That's why it's flourishing. It's almost glowing in the sand. So maybe you could have added something in that direction. Maybe it's the ingredients that a sand has. I don't know. I'm not a biologist or a chemist in that regard, but you could have found something in that direction, which could have helped you with that kind of plot hole in your story. It's called a plot hole. But besides that, really amazing project. I really loved the video in the end. It came up really well, especially the narration in the background. Very nice addition that it was a language, an uncanny language. And yeah, awesome job on that regard. And besides that, maybe what I would have also done is like this humanoid. Maybe also there are a different type of humanoids, like not only one species or one iteration. Maybe also a different type of iterations, like the first iteration is really human-like and the last one is like only a hand, for example. I don't know. Like also going in that direction might be also something that would have been quite nice. But yeah, besides that, thanks for the presentation, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Henri, David, how's it
Hey.
going? So happy to hear from you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your efforts, for creating such an amazing world. Really love the way you worked on the anatomy of death in all the different scales. That was pretty amazing. Everything has a shell, everything look like it's ready to attack. That is really awesome. The Dune environment inspiration was amazing. I remember that in your prosthesis design, you worked on different phenotypes or casts. I don't know if that is something that you just did for the prosthesis or you tried to work on that also on the other elements of your world.
We tried to follow in a way like how it was constructed, like the character. Basically, we kind of spilled the same ingredients into basically all the other parts. But yeah, we try to follow like the character anatomy to make more sense of each part. And yeah, I don't know if that was exactly the question, but yeah.
Yeah, more or less. I remember that you did different variations on the first chapter of the character, depending on the different environments that it worked on, or on different social levels. It has different features,
Yes.
and I don't know if that is something that you try to translate on the other scales or not.
No, but due to time, we stick to the one that we had. But yeah, originally we were planning to do 2 more characters, basically, like structuring a social, how to say it, social hierarchy in a way. You know, like basically the one that we have is the one that is the most, the one that had no energy to sustain life. So we kind of want to extrapolate the one that we got into the whole world. So yeah, but ideally we will have 3 characters in total.
It's fine. I feel that you did at the end, because I think in the city scale you also thought about like places where it's more about like coming together, so that will be more about this, yeah, for the phenotypes that were more related to the social relationships. Maybe some parts of the city are meant to be more for the different types of I just agree that I just felt that you did. So
yeah, because we didn't create those assets in the first chapter, we didn't really want to kind of emphasize that narrative throughout our presentation either, because then there's like kind of missing visual link. But yeah, indeed, like we did kind of still proceed to work on it, maybe with that in mind and with that original idea or concept, at least, of this hierarchy that is very much present in this world. But yeah.
Yeah, and the video was amazing, guys. Thank you for
Thank you.
with your world. Goodbye.
Thank you, Juan.
I just wanted to acknowledge what you've attempted to tackle here, which is kinesiology, physiology, anatomy, design, architecture, all of these things. And from a design perspective, the one thing I feel is a lack of continuity kind of in the larger scale forms. And some of the things feel a little off weight. But what stands out to me is this vertical line that's ascending from the structure. It reminds me of how the spinal cord is created in an embryo. It goes up, and then from there you have a structure that builds around it to support it. And I think that there's something really interesting there. A lot of these things remind me of like pelvic shapes and spinal shapes and things that are carriers of signals. And the one thing I also wanted to touch on was the pain element, because I think it's interesting because that is merely a manifestation of the perceived signals. And there could be other sensations that are that could be integrated into here, and euphoria, confusion, etc. I think that you've unlocked like something really profound that has a ton of potential within it to explore more. But I think while this is a big task, trying to ground it in physiology and how things actually operate could be an incredibly powerful addition to this, because again, it's like you're approaching these kind of energy extraction, but from where, how, for what purpose, how it integrates, what things like that. But I think that it's an incredible project, and I feel like it has a ton of potential. But again, I want to acknowledge how much that you're tackling here, because it's like you're tackling the entirety of like reality and existence and how we perceive things. But really great work. I really love the visuals that you were just showing up on the screen that looks almost like Scorpion, the gray and orange. And it really appears to be like pelvic and spinal. Yeah, these. And I think this is really, really interesting to me. And that, again, that spire coming up from the center feels like an anchor for which these forms could build around. And that could be kind of the central structure. But great work. This is gorgeous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chad.
Can I add a little thing?
Hello.
Oh, no,
Sorry.
go ahead. Please go ahead. I can wait.
No, it's okay. No, you go ahead.
All right, just very briefly, I really like this comment about signals, because it would seem that the project kind of operates in a collage mode at the moment, more than even though it's three-dimensional, so one would say assemblage, right? But it's the amalgamation, to me, should not necessarily be about fusing things or other terms like that, but the amalgamation could be, in this case, how these signals are not only transmitted but received, and they produce more signals back, right? So those friction between the signals, which are, as you say, about pulse and dying and decay and different states of that. And I think that there's something really powerful to unlock in that very word signals, because it's then the things begin to inform each other more. than simply kind of willfully composed together. But I have to say it again, I apologize for criticizing, because it's so beautiful and so ambitious, and clearly you're very passionate about what you do.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add an observation, and of course, commend you on the incredible work. I think it came a very long way since I've last seen it. It might be 6 months since I last seen the work. So beautiful work, and the animation is really very well articulated and highly immersive. And you did tackle, like, in terms of let's say systems, and part of that comment on physiology, you know, beams and skeletons and growth of fractals and organic systems, as well as sand. But one thing caught my mind that maybe you can dwell upon, and I'm coming, of course, always like from a material behavioral perspective, is that the granulity and different scales, and let's say, you know, bones and sand are somehow similar, and if, you know, of terms of basically molecule based, or, you know, if you look at calcium, how it basically grow in the bone versus how sand granulates, and you have this unseen force, which is rendered here as the nervous system. The sand has been, and maybe this is not very important, but could be a tying story of tying everything together. Maybe you can give life to the sand, and it shows in your video, the dunes. And one of my projects in undergrad was studying how wind basically create the texture on dunes, and there's actually angles and science to how those dunes form. Perhaps you can use that and imagine a new, you know, system for how dunes form, and that could be more tying to why you chose a desert-like or a dune-like, you know, environment to build the bones. Just think of that, you know, synergy between bones and sand. I think there's something there that you can build upon. And definitely the scale, it might be, you know, the articulation, fine articulation of bones and sand is very different in scale, but when you look at the microscopic level, they're very similar. So that's something would be interesting to think about.
Yeah, really interesting comment. Thank you.
Yeah, a striking presentation, guys. Congratulations. It was really beautiful. I have some feedback. I think I appreciated a lot, like the concept of symbiosis between the character and this sort of parasite creature that drove the visual language of again, the characters, and like more object-like elements, like the vehicles and car puzzles. I think that worked great. I think I would have liked this kind of logic to also inform a bit, or like a similar logic to inform the urban settlements that I know that were heat-driven or energy-driven. But what we saw on the maps or plans, it could have more of this visual language, I think, just to be more harmonic and cohesive. Yeah, that's something that stood out to me. But I think the main structure was greatly resolved. Like, yeah, I think that looks a bit different from the main structure that was finally ultimately greatly resolved. I think it ties really well. And then about the storytelling, I think that in the narration from the character, I think I was expecting a bit more of triggering incidents. I think this character was more or less describing the architecture or this world building, but it probably could have been more tied to some story changes or shifts. Yeah. But I mean, again, I think that the trailer was great. It was really captivating, cinematic, immersive, production ready. Maybe a bit more clarity on the narration again, to not rely so much on the captions. But yeah, that's the only comment. But again, congratulations. Yeah.
Thank
Hi,
you.
team. Thank you for the amazing presentation, and huge congratulations on the video, which is like the remarkable, incredible work that you have been put up. And for your team, I would really like to appreciate the fact that you have been consistent throughout, from your concept to your finale video. or to your boat, to your narrative, everything, which really shows out from your work. Like I've always been saying that you guys are overachievers, because it's just like you start from a beginner level, but you nail each software, each chapter with the best that you can put in. So it was really smooth working with you guys, and really thank you for putting up all this together and giving us this great show in the video and the board as well. So thank you, team.
Thank you, Eva.
Thank you, Eva. You were always super nice to us, so thank you.
And if I have to add as well, I believe you are only two, right? You're a team of two. Yeah, so I also commend you on that. Really great job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The next team is gonna be the solo team. Yeah, thank you guys, and let's be rolling on to the next one.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Anastasiia from A3.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Anastasiia An. I'm an architect currently based in Central Asia, Kyrgyz Republic. Today, I'm honored to present my final thesis project, Valtaris. This project holds, I would say, a special meaning for me, not only because of the world it explores, but because it's the first time I've created something like this, like entirely from scratch. Before diving in, I would like to guide you through the 5 core chapters of the project. The first chapter reveals a Valtaris, a sentient plasma, forged its own exoshell. It has a biological vessel at the core, paired with a symbiotic pet. Corpuscle, Valtaris modular habitat, a construction unit for large colonies called amalgamations, that nested within a tectonic canyon wired into underground plasma rivers. Kinesis chapter details private and public vehicles, along with their transportation systems within a colony. And the last chapter, Cosmogony, concludes with the master plan of interconnected colonies and their transit networks. Together, these 5 chapters form a narrative backbone of Valtaris, a highly detailed mechanized alien world that we discover through records saved in a digital time capsule they sent into space. In their final broadcast, the Valtaris sent a digital time capsule into deep space, a record of their world, their lives, and the civilization they built. Their home, Diaterra, is a planet split by a glowing ring of white plasma erupting from the core, a radiant force that shaped their world. Plasma is more than energy. The Valtaris are born from it. It flows through their bodies, fuels their transport, and powers their cities. But the capsule also carries a warning. After an unknown object strikes one hemisphere, a black plague begins to spread. It rapidly consumes one side of the planet, corrupting all it touches. The Valtaris, protected behind the plasma ring, believe they can breach it to study the plague, but what they release is far worse. They unleash the darkness. The infection spreads. Their world falls. Their final message is clear. Remember us, but do not come to Diaterra unless you seek the same fate. So the first sector of the capsule, of the digital time capsule, contains detailed schematics of a Valtaris specimen, a complex plasma-powered entity combining a robotic exoskeleton with a biological core. Without its mechanical shell, a Valtaris exists in its primal form, a formless cloud of conscious plasma. To contain this unstable form, they develop a helmet-like structure that stabilizes the plasma. This dome functions as the Valtaris brain, but their heart is something else. At the center of their bodies lies a living biological organism the interface between consciousness and matter. All other components, legs, tentacles, auxiliary toes, are anchored to this core frame. Their segmented legs were engineered to traverse the Terra's volatile terrain with both strength and agility. They also develop articulated tentacles, multi-jointed limbs designed for the fine manipulation and environmental control. Among the most remarkable features was their bonded symbiotic creature, a pet. It wasn't just a companion, but an extension of the Valtaris body, linked directly to its organic core. When separated, the pet could scout ahead, retrieve objects, and reach confined areas. Upon returning, it reattached seamlessly. The docking organism accepts the pet's limbs precisely, forming a unified biomechanical system. The entire prosthetic system functioned as one. It enabled the Valtaris to survive, adapt, and evolve. The archives also reveal the Corpuscle, a modular unit that seeded Valtaris settlements. Its exterior is colored in white panels and black mechanical elements. Each module can reconfigure, expand, or operate independently, adapting to terrain. Its structure consists of specialized modules connected by transition pathways. At the center, the hub and the energy storage bay. Module 1 and 2, biolab for growing hosts and repair bay for exaframe maintenance. Module 3 and 4, launch bay for drones and a waste plant for debris processing. All modules are anchored by armatures, structural rods that stabilize, channel energy, and allow modular growth. The system is enclosed by environmental envelope, number 2, which protects the interior from external conditions. White panels, known as an impact shields, regulate temperature and emit navigation signals. Harvested plasma powers the corpuscle. Pipelines from the energy bank supply each module through individual concentrators. Their corpuscle's interiors are open, fluid, and purpose-driven. One of the key modules is the bioorganic laboratory, a 4-level space where organic hosts are cultivated for the Valtaris, who rely on these beings. Each level houses dozens of nutrient-rich tanks where these organisms grow and await integration. The launch bay acts as a drone port. Drones exit through a circular aperture and return for recharge in vertical docking stations. The corpuscle's modularity enables it to cluster, expand, or even operate alone. Colonies grow vertically and horizontally across ravines, cliffs, or any other surfaces. Flexible structure allowed the corpuscles to evolve into something greater. Vast canyon colonies, called amalgamations. The Valtaris often highlight the vital role of plasma in their digital capsule. Plasma flows from Diatera's core through fissures. Canyons provide access to this energy, key to colony placement. A settlement begins as plasma extraction pillars. As needs grow, clusters and reinforced columns emerge. Over time, more clusters are added. Bridges begin to span across the canyons. Structures rise higher and stretch across canyon walls. The tallest towers mark the final phase of development. Each settlement is built using 5 main categories of structural components, starting from the core load-bearing structures and ending with the spires for communication and aerial access. These modules form distinct functional zones across the settlement. Lower tiers house industry and energy clusters. Upper areas hold research, command, and monitoring modules. They include research labs, surveillance desks, and environmental control stations. Nearby colonies connect via walkable systems made of propulsion platforms. There are three types of public spaces within a colony. First, functional hubs with dynamic bridges and circulation. Second, communal sanctuaries for thought and reflection. And the third, terraces and promenades suspended above the city. These terraces are open structures offering space to gather and observe. From here, distant colonies glow, linked by shared plasma light. Amalgamation is a thriving canyon metropolis, a bold fusion of nature and tech. In their vertical built cities, Valtari's transport had to be efficient. Two systems evolved, one for private use, one for mass transit. Personal roads spiral through the city, linking parking nodes with every corner of the colony. The personal craft, Veyronis, mimics the Valtari's anatomy, powered by plasma, with retractable legs and wings. It's built for mobility and exploration. A rare plasma engine and wing thrusters allow precise aerial control. Its modular body centers around a reinforced core with wings, linked propulsion, and other systems attached in layers. Drones deploy on neural tethers for scanning and retrieval tasks. These drones act as sensory nodes, feeding data into the pilot's mind. At the front lies the vision core, a plasma optic that projects spatial awareness onto a holographic display. The display adapts to Valtari's cognition, replacing dashboards entirely. The cockpit is enclosed within a reinforced cage. An aircraft control unit is a semi-organic shell, boosting neural feedback. The pilot is positioned on a stabilizing neural interface platform, with a neural pad behind them. Filaments connect through the exaframe into the organic core, syncing thought and movement. Once linked, the craft moves as an extension of the pilot's wheel. Veyronis units dock in modular parking towers, boxars. Each tower consists of stacked repeatable modules. Arriving vehicles land on shared paths. Automated conveyors guide a Veyronis inward for charging and storage. Spread across amalgamation, boxars keep private air traffic fast and uninterrupted. For high-volume roads, public transport used fixed guide rails. These serve predictable, high-volume traffic. Veltron, a long-distance unit, carries passengers and cargo quickly between colonies. Veltron rides plasma-guided rails and passes through booster rings that accelerate its motion. Its modular hexagonal carriages extend or contract depending on the capacity needs. At the front, the directional control unit that manages direction and alignment across the entire rail grid. At the rear is the multi-impulse engine providing initial launch power. Suspension clamps grip the rail, keeping the unit stable at high speeds. The doors split vertically, opening upward and downward. Inside Veltron, hexaclamp restraints suspend Valtari's passengers in rows. Veltron glides between colonies, making intercity travel rapid and seamless. To coordinate travel, the Valtaris built Virena. Virena is a radial hub, towering above cities. A column in the center of the open interior powers a station. A segmented canopy filters natural light. Passengers reach boarding platforms via two-stage lift to the ring walkway, then the gates. By night, plasma columns glow softly, revealing Virena's structure. As Veltron arrives, it slows, aligns, opens its doors, and resumes its journey. Station arms vary between 3 or 4, adapting to road demands. Verena towers act as vital connectors, rising above the dense urban mesh. Transport is just one thread in a broader system, shaped by terrain, energy, and time. This is one of their maps, shows an agglomeration of linked yet autonomous colonies. Voltari settlements follow plasma availability, not central planning. Patterns emerge as colonies aligned with underground plasma rivers. Diatera's landscape features fractured ridges and deep rifts. Plasma flows below the surface. The first plasma harvesters appear in deep fissures. These deep drilling structures extract plasma to power colonies that start to form around them. Each colony contains its own transit systems and zones for exploration missions. High-speed transit lines connect colonies into unified planetary grid. Outside the colonies, ore mines, labs, and facilities operate independently. Voltari's urban logic is clear, from plasma beneath the crust to full connected colonies above. Colony growth follows several stages. Growth begins near shallow plasma. Transit grids extend outward. As a colony grows, inefficient energy delivery to distant zones triggers new settlement and extended connections. Over time, infrastructure scales to demand, forming a layered territorial system. This territorial deployment sequence showcasing the chronological visualization of layered expansion. Colonies use modular blocks, connecting and scaling. These blocks form into clustered assemblies, which gradually evolve into fully developed amalgamations. Each one develops uniquely. At their center, energy towers, surrounded by dense layers, living metal organisms wired into Diatera's body. And now, let the Voltaris speak for themselves.
Three worlds are down this year. Same story. No one survived.
Yeah, it's like something's moving planet to planet, wiping out everything.
If this reaches Earth, well, let's hope we can still figure out what happened.
We've got an incoming transmission.
Got it. Start decryption. Let's see what's inside.
By the time you receive this, we may no longer exist. This is our final memory, sealed in time. We are the Voltaris, and this was our world, Diatera. From its core, plasma surged, shaping our cities, our bodies, our minds. We drew plasma from deep fissures, channeling it into harvesters. What you see now is what we became. Beneath the city, the first infrastructure was born. Over time, we grew upward. We built everything from the planet itself, machines, bodies, entire cities. Our craft soared through canyons powered by plasma engines, fast, silent, alive. We moved not only through air, but along plasma-guided tracks. Acceleration portals fueled each journey with bursts of plasma. Efficiency shaped by centuries of refinement. Our bridges hovered on plasma thrust. We moved across them, calm, steady, alive. We were not just citizens. We were the plasma. It flowed through us. We were its creation and its continuation. until the day it dimmed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiia. Really superpower work. Really, the level of ambition and detail in this project are truly remarkable. And you have really invested an incredible amount of energy and time and love really in this project, and you should be very proud of yourself. Really I really appreciate every attention to detail, every part of this project, especially because hard surface modeling, it's not something easy, and you took this challenge. I love that again, every part of the project is cohesive, and that each chapter has a unique language. There is always a spin to things that I love, like this little guy there. So there is this level of uniqueness to this project that I truly appreciate, and I think it's just remarkable to see the details and the amazing work that you have achieved during this academic year, and the amazing growth that has been part of your journey. So I just really wanted to thank you for this incredible work, and I'm super excited to see, when all this is coming as a book, right? In a portfolio. I'm sure that many people in, your future are going to be as impressed with this work as we are.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for
this
entrusting us. Yes.
I love this project, especially from the the mechanical side, sort of how you dived into things. I said this to you before, but also seeing your final movie, it's I said the simplicity, but also the complexity. You really chose it really well. You curated this really, really well, and I'm so proud of just everything you did here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would. That was the one thing that stood out to me, was the distillation of what mattered, and you did a great job of what appears to be keeping the integrity of those macro shapes while adding detail where it really mattered. And like I said in the comments, the video gave me goosebumps, which is some kind of somatic sign that you're onto something. But I think this is beautiful. It's very elegant, but it's also very mechanically beautiful. So great work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to commend the, I mean, it's great work all around. There's so many things to say about this. But first, I wanted to commend the effortlessness in the presentation and the work. It's, to me, a good designer is not necessarily the one that adds all the time. The good designer is the one that knows when to stop. And you knew exactly when to stop, when to go to the next one. And about this conversation of combining the natural and the mechanical, you did it just right. You put the heart and the brain and covered them. And sort of they became part of the narrative in the background, and the mechanical part grew. And as you were presenting, I was wondering, is this going to come back in the amalgamation phase? What is going to happen? And then it made me question, okay, sure, the natural is not necessarily just organic things. The natural is also the environment. And then what happens is the environment around it became the natural thing, and then the amalgamation became almost internal once you reach the final stage. So no, good work, good details, incredible amount of detailing here. And one thing I was going to say, just to cap it off, is that as you move through the different scales, gradient is irrelevant, which is a good thing in this case. And everything became just as important, no matter how small it is or big it is, almost on a flat surface. Everything is relevant, everything is important, regardless of which scale you're working on. So good job, good stuff.
Thank you.
I think I maybe slightly agree and also disagree with what you just said. Just from the perspective that having worked with you, I know that you are very detail oriented and you really want everything to work and to make sense and to have this clarity in your project. So I know that you put so much effort into everything that you did. And the effort was really consistent across the entire process, which was really impressive. So I guess you made the effort look effortless, would just be kind of the way I would phrase it, at least. And I think when I was working with you, I was a little bit nervous because I know from my own experience, sometimes we get in the way of good because we're trying to pursue perfect. And I was just thinking, like, can she maintain this throughout the whole project? But I think like everything that you've shown today is just amazing. Like every single image looks so consistent in both its like content and its quality. The renderings are great. The modeling is great. The world development and the narrative are all great. Like I'm super impressed. And I'm really happy that you were able to maintain your energy and your enthusiasm throughout the whole course. So congratulations.
Hey, thank you, team, for sharing this work for this. You know, so often we talk about things kind of in a bubble, a little bit detached from, let's say, the professional world. But, you know, as somebody that works globally with teams around the world at different branch offices, I understand the logistical feats for moving geometry. I think I said it in the comments earlier, how many terabytes you guys are moving around, how many mesh files you're tossing around to one another and coordinating. And I think beyond the beautiful narrative that you guys get taught at DesignMorphine and also, you know, the plushness of the story, what you're doing from a technical perspective is also just so invaluable in terms of how you coordinate with each other and you're able to hone in on this level of precision on your design. So kudos to everybody. And, you know, this goes across the last two teams too. I mean, this is just, every year I sit through these things, the bar just keeps kind of going up another notch. So great job.
One thought that I had about the different scales of design and also different conditions for the design is that when we look at this creature, forget the name, the Voltaris, it has an interesting sort of balance between mechanical parts and other parts that within the mechanical logic have not such hard shell appearance or even functionality. Things that there are some components that are softer, that are pliable, they're supple to be able to sustain the movements of the harder components, more mechanical ones. And I was wondering why, or maybe I was looking to, waiting to hear something about how when we leave the immediate condition of the Voltaris or even the guy in the cockpit, when we leave the immediate environment of the creature, we immediately move to hard shell, to something that's kind of beautiful, super elaborate, extremely well resolved, but still very reminiscent of architecture as we see it today. We've been seeing it for many years. And I think that there is some really interesting things going on here at the smaller scale that could be extrapolated to some of the aspects of how parts interrelate and effectively perform on the larger scale to sort of lend some of the, to me, very successful balance of the smaller scale to the larger scale. And this is not to criticize, only a suggestion to keep exploring that seems to work on a certain scale with its own logic. And I don't think that logic needs to be entirely set only for the creature and its very immediate ship or things like that. But I think, like in anything, you know, we are constantly emanating our own qualities and capacities as well as absorbing them into the environment. So I think that there's some really interesting more avenues. Like a project like this could have many more kinds of refinements if it accepts that possibility for itself. But I think it's really super, super cool. So I remember it. I've seen now. I remember the critique earlier that or some people did, was to suggest that the whole process of nestling itself and expanding and operating at the level of the territory, and that has had such a great development. But even for that, I think that some of these more supple and pliable components can perform interestingly and inform back the hard shell components.
I think I second that comment. Again, it's a great work. Congratulations, very impressive and very clearly presented. I commend the evolution of the visual research, like from concept to the close-ups, which are great. Yeah, I think that all the mechanical detailing is remarkable. But one critique is the level of cohesiveness between these mechanical elements of all these the amalgamations, the vehicles, even the geometric growth of the amalgamations and the visual language of the Voltaris. And both in themselves are great and very well achieved. But yeah, I guess I'm just curious of what was the thinking behind this contrast in the development process of each of them. But yeah, great work, congratulations.
Thank you. You mean what was the contrast between working between different scales and different chapters? You mean?
No, I think I mean more the visual language of the Voltaris and everything else, as I think it was said before. Yeah.
The contrast is big actually, because
I mean, it's probably intentional. If it's intentional, it's good. But yeah, it stood out to me.
Wasn't the question? Should I answer this question?
Yeah, if you wanna give your feedback on that, yeah, that would be interesting to hear.
I think I will not be. It won't be possible to answer, like, give you a short answer on this question, because the contrast between. So I started with the Voltaris, right? I would say, young and zero skills in modeling, in particular these softwares, and the whole journey was like an exploration, constant exploration, what I can do, and at the same time the logic between all those chapters, between all the elements, it just rose up by itself. For example, when you think about pad, where can you attach it, and you start thinking at the same time, I didn't want to be very banal, you know, pad, maybe it should be on the back or should be walking near him, beneath the body. But this idea was cool, to put it under the head, on the neck. It's a very interesting place to put a detachable pad. And then you start thinking, okay, you somehow you attached it to Voltaris, but how it stays there? How does it stays there? And you start thinking about more detailing. Okay, it has an organic core in the middle, and this guy is also partially organic, so they somehow should be connected with each other. So Pat's legs goes inside you see there are holes, and it's just one example on one chapter. And I'm trying to explain what was happening in my head when I was shifting from one chapter to another chapter. Working on prosthesis, I was already thinking about the next, like where will he live, how the colony will look like, should it be flat? Should it be vertical? And all these were the logic came from by itself, naturally, I would say. But the amount of work was different. I would say scale is different and logic completely different when you try to create a character, or you try to create a transport for that character, which should fit into urbanistic environment, I would say, of this creature. Like, it's all was new and everything was different. But at the same time, there was a red line of this logic, how everything should work. So I don't know, does it make sense?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. No, I understand you completely. I think, yeah, every chapter has its own, I guess they have their own purpose. And as you were explaining, the way that you were exploring logics of connections between the elements is what drove the final result. I guess I was just curious about why the Voltaris started with an organic visual style and geometry, and the other elements were just more geometric and orthogonal. But I guess I imagine that you use the same level of I mean, I can see it, the same level of rigor in exploring the connections between them. But I think it was just I think the difference of in visual style and geometry just stood out to me between the elements. Yeah.
I actually why organic thing appeared in the first chapter, because the whole process of 3D modeling was kind of new to me, I would say. So this is the first time I tried hard surface modeling, but at the same time, guys around me, like other teams, were doing organic modeling. And it tempted me, like, you know, I wanted this and that at the same time. I was new in this and I didn't know where to start. So I tried to combine both of them in one. And I actually, in the next chapter, I tried to take it there as well. So for example, this bioorganic laboratory that I built, I continued this topic, this idea of growing organic vessel, organic host inside the Voltaris. So they somehow have to cultivate them. And there is actually also in interior, not a good quality, but you see it grows on the walls as well, something organic. So there are tiers, they're a little bit tilted because there is okay, it doesn't matter. So those tilted, on the walls, there are 2 of them, but there are more of them. And I wanted to spread them in corridors, in other interiors. But at the same time, the amount of work was growing from chapter to chapter. And it became a bit harder to keep doing both, modeling hard surface and keep thinking how you can integrate this organic thing. So yeah, unfortunately it stopped on corpuscle chapter, but as you can see in my trailer, in my video, I brought back some organic, but this time it's a black bad thing, not a good thing.
Yeah, no, thank you for explaining. And you can see how some of the geometries everywhere else, in some of them there are some approximation to the more organic shape of the Voltaris. I can see that. Yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you for the question. It's a good question.
Hi, Anastasiia.
Hi.
Hello.
Can I or?
We can just do the last comment here, and then we can move on.
Yeah, just really quick. I really enjoy your project. I really enjoy the hierarchy that you put out. It's extremely elegant. I enjoy your design. I remember I see your project in the previous presentation. I remember I make you the same question, kind of the difference here about the design, the roundy versus the more geometrical shapes. But you did beautifully, because that roundy shape is repeated in different area of the corpuscle, of the amalgamation. So you have a fil rouge on your project and you can perceive it. It's elegant. There are beautiful hierarchy. I really enjoy your design. The station has a beautiful design. I really enjoy it, and just yeah. Thank you to have work. I know there's is a lot of work, and you did it. Congrats.
Thank you.
I just want to add one last comment. Of course, you know, as everyone else, amazing work. Highly commend you on the level of detail, and I think it kind of show your architectural background as well. But this project really stood out to me because of the organizational thinking behind how it grows. I think there was a lot of thought behind how it, you know, it's urban look and feel and urban life as much as the organism. So it really stood out, and highly commend you on how you thought about that. You gave it really a life that's, you know, very mimics on the detail level, even how people interact and how there's a level of unseen behavioral thinking of how a colony would actually, you know, grow and interact with each other. So highly commend you on that.
Thank you.
Can I say a very brief thing? It's not even a critique or nothing, just a reference. I think that people like from the Japanese metabolists like Kisho Kurokawa, Kiyonori Kikutake, or Arata Isozaki, this movement early 60s until mid to late 70s. I think it would be really cool for Anastasiia to take a look at what they were doing, because they would find your work extraordinary, but you would find their even more extraordinary because it's so long ago, and it shares some of the visions that you do in terms of the organizational urban growth systems and cycle systems. That's all.
Hey, congratulations, Anastasiia, like a powerhouse. We've been pulling this off single-handedly with all the efforts and detailing that you've been pushing in. You know, like we call you perfectionist because you are, until there, you get the last details in, and that's for a reason. Like all of your renders are at a level of zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. You can just like find the minor details, how the things are attached. It's just not for the sense of the aesthetic sense, but also in a functional way, which makes this project a really strong one, in my opinion. And with each chapter, you have just grown your skills with the softwares, with your ability to push more and more with the rigging, which has been the toughest part for you. So I really appreciate every elements that you have been pushing in from all the aspects of design. So huge congratulations, and really like a great job by pulling this solo single-handed.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiia.
Okay.
Thank you, Eva.
Passing on to June.
Yeah, let's go to the first group from Group B. Nandhini and Ricardo.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ricardo Macias from Ecuador. I am a product designer and a 3D art artist. I'm pleased to share the work we've developed during the past 9 months. Hope you enjoy guys.
Hi, I'm Nandhini. I'm an architect from India. Over the past 9 months, we immersed ourselves in the creation of this dark, evolving universe through the blend of manual modeling, procedural techniques, aggregation methods, particle systems, and growth simulations. We explored how form, decay, and intention shape a living world. This is more than a story. That is a world shaped by form, function, and fear. And now we invite you to step into it. So welcome to the world of necroarachnites. In the shadowed ruins of a fallen necromancer civilization, a dark creation stirs, a creation born from the forbidden magic, sustained by the echoes of the stolen souls. Necromancers, once ruled as a master of soul magic, their terrible power forged into the agony of countless lives taken. From their desperation, they birthed the necroarachnites, being woven from the flesh and void, for perfect conquerors designed for one chilling purpose, to siphon the very essence of life itself. At first, they are small, silent, and deceptively harmless, but as they awakened, they began to sense the faintest traces of living energy. But in their greed, necromancers drained their old world dry, exhausting every last spark of vitality. Once the necromancers were wiped out, these dark creatures ventured beyond, slipping through the veils between the dimensions. Through immense interdimensional portals, the necroarachnid were sent forth, each infused with necroarachnid's desperate hunger for survival. They spread like shadows across the countless realms. One such journey led them to the hollow reaches, a canyon world veined with buried light and dormant power. Here, the necroarachnids found a fertile ground for conquest. It was the void carver that delivered the first dead claws, seeding the hunt in the shadowed depths. They descended like a plague of deceased rain, clinging to the spines of the dead claws, and the hunt began before their victims even hit the ground. Void carver loomed like a shadow swallowing all night. Its tattered wings whispered silently to the abysses, a floating maw hungry for a new prey. Within its bioorganic core, the fuel cells pulsed, energy pods converting organic matter and chemical reaction into a raw power to sustain the vessel. The tendrils snap onto the rails, drawing necrotic currents from the void, fueling the dark heart of the ship. Incubation sacs throbbed with dormant killers, each twitch inching closer to the awakening. The mothership carried its children to the fresh hunting grounds. Wings of dead flesh unfold silently, catching cosmic winds, carrying death across the void. Translucent mineralized panels shifted opacity, offering both protection and eerie visibility. This fleshy layer supported the mouth apparatus with a semi-rigid structure that balanced flexibility and durability. The necrosilk fibers spun from the dissolved prey's waste wove their fabric of a structure. Mineralized chambers shielded core systems, control room, fuel cells, the digestion hubs. Each sac pods dangled like a tumors, storing evolving creatures and vital resources. The Dead Claw, an all-terrain vehicle assault, was a fusion of pilot and mission, bound at the spine with intertwined nerves designed for swift, ruthless strikes. More than a vehicle, Death Claws was born, a living extension of necroarachnid itself. Its tail bones locked, forming a serrated wheels capable of crushing anything in its path. In all-terrain mode, Death Claw unfurled into the carved limbs, each claw forged by the nature's brutality, able to clamber over any surface with a lethal intent. Its claws, layered with interlocking segments, struck swiftly, captured prey efficiently. Armored plates fused with the living tissue formed a durable shell, while a fleshy neural chamber linked directly to the pilot, creating an unbreakable bond. Crystallized mineral panels amplified nerve signals and diffused bioelectric energy, powering the Dead Claw's movement system, a fusion of spine, tails, and necrotic energy storage driven by the bioorganic rotor. The mothership's maw was no mere gateway, it was a womb, harboring vessels, each nestled like a dormant parasites awaiting release. One pet struck with a feral speed, sinking its claw deep into the skull of the light creature. To a shock and awe, the prey forms began to warp under the pet's grip, reshaping into a terrifying metamorphosis. Among the necroarachnids, Amara stood apart. While harvesting souls of light creatures, she began to awaken to the consciousness, questioning her purpose even as a necromancer's instincts push her onward. At the apex of her form perched the veil-stacked Senator, a vigilant eye peering beyond the veil of the worlds. Running along her back, the necrospine conduit pulsed with necrotic energy, reinforcing her form and fueling her draining power. At her chest beat the necroheart conduit, more than just an organ. Its channeled dark energy, saturating her body with unholy force. Beneath hardened layers lay the Burgat Nexus, a fortress sanctuary for her young shadow chambers, shielded eggs, a nursery, and a battlement fused as one. Within the rigged terrain of her bag rested the void-sealed incubator, where embryonic void seeds gestated, eggs destined to spawn deadly. Deeper still, the shape pod embryo grew in silent shadow, predators forming in the warmth of the darkness. Necroclaw spikes, a precise instrument of death, were infused with necrotic energy, designed for silent, deathly strikes. Her journey became a battle not just against the foes, but against the fate etched deep within her core. Beneath her cursed form, the soul-bind endoskeleton bound stolen souls to her frame, growing stronger with every kill. Wrapped in the spectral specter-bone exoskeleton, the heavy life-bane mass, she moved like a ghost of a living shadow, draining the essence of all the things she touched. In the Luca Vigil pose, Amara waited perfectly still, a silent shadow watching from the dark. Then, shifting to the under Vigil pose, her body tensed, high locked at her prey. Finally, in a blur of motion, the predator's lunge force unleashed, shadow and a bone striking with lethal precision. Amara's soul forge was born from the seeds of corruption, planted deep within the void. Webs infused with necrotic energy formed in the skeletal framework, reinforced by the crystallized bone spires, harvested from a victim's agony. Soul-infused orbs cast an eerie glow, amplifying her power. You're muted.
Within the feeding pot, bone pillars and silken traps wove a deadly snare, where Amara cocooned prey and drained their essence with cruel efficiency. Deeper inlay the incubation chamber, where embryonic horrors pulsed within translucent sacs, nourished by necrotic fluids preparing for their birth. Nearby, healing pots pulsed softly in shadowed alcoves, regenerative webs cradling Amara, mending wounds and restoring strength. A living flesh seed membrane protected her hair layer. Beneath it, translucent hatches held eggs, glowing with condensed souls. Dark membranes bound the structure, while the skeleton, made from calcified-like creatures' bones, crackled softly with trapped agony, warning all who dares enter. Embryonic horrors pulsing in the incubation chamber, spirits trapped in the soul chamber, and the resting nest for healing, and the heart forge throne pulsed with molten energy. Development pools twist minions into deadly forms. The healing pot accelerates recovery, and the feeding pot ensnared prey in bone and web. The observation bay offered a cold vantage point. Amara forged her stronghold by fusing invasive vegetation with infestor organisms. Modular organic units, pieces of the soul forge to form modular units. Through procedural aggregation, these units grew from roots adapting to terrain curvature and nutrient flow. Recursive connection algorithms intertwine necrotic webs with living roots, forming regenerative chambers and vertically stacked defense spires. Vegetation-infested pods spread along radiation-rich veins, evolving into hybrid biotraps guided by proximity-based growth logic. The soul chamber stored harvested souls in a centralized network, while the resting nest expanded and contracted as the swarm demand. Secondary infestation zones expanded via terrain-adaptive scripts, parasitic vines and fungal blooms spreading corruption. Soul energy conductors pulse tendrils through SP-line-based networks to meet shifting energy demands. At the necrospire's core pulls a dark heart, a fusion of crystallized bone and necrotic flesh. Tendrils stretch outward, binding each chamber in a living unity. The ritual halls, an incubation chamber hummed with corrupted energy, birthing horrors cocooned within. Skeletal spires bristle with webs and pods, ever vigilant and ready. Jagged bone structures emerge like a protective exoskeleton. Corrupted flora spread from the base, camouflaging the fortress. The land itself was infected, transformed into Amara's growing dominion. The necrospire towered as a living stronghold shaped by Amara's will. Surrounding the heart, the ritual area served as a sanctum, where Amara channeled dark rites. An altar of fossilized remains absorbed soul energy, empowering her command. Defense zones bristled with organic turrets, venom-spitting tendrils, and shifting bone spikes ready to trap intruders. Inside the fortress, the garden area bloomed grotesquely, a mass of skeletal vines and glowing flowers releasing spores to infect, feed, and spread Amara's corruption. The wild bone area, thick with fused remains, act as both barrier and circuit, each slab engraved with sigils channeling energy like a nervous system. Egg-like connections throbbed with embryonic life, birthing new monstrosities, each a weapon shaped by instinct and evolution. At the heart, the necro-heart nexus beat, a molten mass of crystallized bone and soul fire. From it, tendrils stretch like veins, feeding every chamber with power drawn from the dead. Creation post-dot the structure, nests gathering power to shape minions suited for war. Even bone flower formations serve a purpose, twisting spires, radiating necrotic glow, marking territory and poisoning the soil. A living transportation network pulsed through the twisted landscape, a system of movement and control. The void carver network, marked in yellow, weaved smoothly through the structure, connecting distant points with precision, carving paths through the dark. The dead cloud networks sprawled erratically in red, branching like open wounds, raw, aggressive, relentless. The Dead Claw Station, fused graveyard and command hub, skeletal vehicles resting within living, decaying structures. As the Dead Claw approached, the den shift, welcoming it into a labyrinth of bone and rot. Its body fused slowly into the structure, becoming part of an ancient growing organism entwined with the necrospire itself. The Void Carver's station stood as a skeletal monolith, its bone-fused walls pulsing with necrotic energy. Twisted rail limbs channeled Void Carvers toward silent launch pads, anchoring with eerie precision. A low hum vibrated as chitinous husks gathered, drawn by echoes of lost souls. The launchpad locked the Void Carver's skeletal frame in place as the core hummed to live. The structure trembled, ready for dimensional release. After birthing her first cluster, Amara studied its anatomy, dissecting bones, silk lines, and chambers like a living equation. She replicated these parts through algorithmic logic, each cluster a calculated extension of her will. seed cluster, small and isolated, soon covered, forming crafted broods, evolved for defense, transport, or attack. Over time, this cluster bloomed into vast ecosystems, spires reaching skyward, domes folding inward. The cracked, barren land glowed with mineral veins, rich in etheric energy and silent lures for what would come next. Amara's silk threads pierced the mineral-rich earth, embedding hatch cores and nutrient weaves that awoke the land. At the center of each cluster pulsed the web-guard nexus, a core grown from fused spires. Multiple radial clusters linked like living constellations, orbiting massive gateways, anchored the void carver to emerge. Some clusters stretch along fault lines or caves, forming linear necrospines called bond paths. With her dominion fully formed, she sent Kin to scout the glowing surface above, drawn to the light and life beyond her reach. From above, parasites descend like rain, hijacking dead claws and bending them to void carver's will. Her web tightened around radiant cities, not to destroy, but to consume, and this dark feast had only just begun.
I was born in a world already dead. The skies hung low over shattered isles, a graveyard of light, silenced by darkness. No one remembers the last breath taken here, but I do. I remember the one who made us, a necromancer drenched in soul magic, shaping arachnid flesh with stolen essence. We weren't born, we were forged. In the depths of the void, we hatched. Then the portals opened, worlds beyond worlds, and we crawled through them like shadows, seeking soul after soul to consume. But this world, the floating isles, was different. It sang as we approached. We came to conquer, to claim the caverns below, the nesting ground for our true purpose, the soul forge, a hive of hunger, a heart of invasion. It was born from a single seed, a dark corruption we buried deep within the earth. And from that seed, the soul forge bloomed. We did not arrive alone. The void carver brought us here, a vessel carved from oblivion, drifting between worlds like a ghost, carrying the swarm beneath its skin. We are hunters. We do not wait. We watch. We do not speak. We strike. Every soul we claim feeds us. Each kill is a step toward our next stage, and every offering fuels the growth of the soul forge.
Incredible project, incredible work. I love the really like the multiple levels of complexity. They're absolutely impressive. I think that we all enjoyed a lot the video, and of course, like Ricardo's voice as he's presenting, like he's put so much effort. He's now getting a second master's in acting.
In narration.
All right. And what about in the video? Is it you, Ricardo? We had some questions here.
Sure.
Yeah. You've really mastered it. No joke. Amazing. Fantastic, fantastic. It like created like such cohesiveness, from the presentation, really like to hearing, the narration like of the video, all the really like impressive work. And I think that like you guys were also like one of the teams that like really, like worked together very well and were navigating challenges like chapter through chapter, like in the best possible way. So really congratulations on like this amazing teamwork. I think that it's like really like paying off, and we can see like really the final outcomes and how thoughtful they are. I love the work, really like every aspect of this project, the materiality, colors, like the presentation itself. I think that like also like going back to the video, there was like just like such great vibe like with the music. Like you guys are ready for a music festival, like you're on another level now.
Yeah, I think that was very challenging, like finding the perfect soundtrack. It's stuff that take me out of my comfort zone. I really like modeling and rigging and animation, but putting all like in a mix, it's very challenging for me, and I hope you like, guys.
No, I think it was fantastic, you guys, and it was great that you put so much attention to it because like it was, like it was a vibe, like it wasn't just any kind of, like you could tell that like it wasn't just something like to put there as a soundtrack. It was really like something that was bringing to another level like the work, and it was engaging the viewer on a so much like different level. Um, no, fantastic. And yeah, thank you, Nandhini, also like for the fantastic work and for, like your rigor and, like for powering through as well. Like really fantastic. Thank you, team.
Thank you, Pauline.
Hey guys, then let me take the chance. Good job out there. Well done. I also think the video was like a really nice addition. It took the whole thing to a next level, like all the things coming to life, right? You actually see things moving, and there's so many things that are moving. So it really become a living thing. So that I really enjoyed. Also the music and soundtrack, everything worked together well and put like a whole rap around it. But altogether, you also kept this whole, let's say, acidic, necromantic theme throughout the whole project, which I think is really nice and well done. Overall, yeah, I'm quite happy where you guys took it, and I'm wondering like if there would be a place that you would want to revisit, what would that be? Like where you have the feeling that you could even take a next step or a step further.
For me personally, there were many places that me personally wanted to develop. For example, the main one, it's like the incubation chambers. I really had like really cool ideas that I wanted to develop, but it was with short time. But I really would like to develop that part, the incubation chambers, because I think that is there in this part. Let me in this like element, there were the main ideas was to just not have like the eggs inside, but also like bodies hanging and trapped in webs. And I can't put it in words, but that's one element that I really wanted to do, but indeed I didn't have the time.
Yeah, sounds super cool. Yeah, if you still have the motivation, feel
No,
free
for sure, for
to
sure.
to add it anytime. I'm looking forward.
Ricardo, Nandhini, hi. Amazing
Hi.
work. Thank you for all the efforts. Loved Ricardo narration. That was pretty cool. I'm in love with your prosthesis. I think it has a lot of complexity, has a lot of soul. It's amazing. Also, the other elements of your world are really on point. But I think for me, the color palette, uh, it it's lacking a little bit of a hierarchy. I think maybe if you could work more with complementary colors to highlight the elements that you worked on more, that could be something cool to improve the overall aesthetic of your world. It's just a thing for let us read better what you're working on more. But that will be the only thing. Great work. And the video was stunning. Thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you, thank you. Well, good vibes.
Good vibes.
Nandhini and Ricardo, this is really, really hard task you put yourself through, because in my very humble opinion, taking the whole arachnid and necromancer and arachnophobia concepts and not making look like something already seen, because there's so much, stuff out there similar. You did really well. It takes a lot of effort and fantasy to do that. So congrats on that. Of course, narration, we cannot go without commenting on the narration. So congrats, Ricardo, on that as well. I would comment that it seems to me there was consistent improvement through that project from probably from the project itself, but also through the whole presentation. So from start to the end, it was an escalation. So very, very good stuff. Really loved it. And what can I say? I mean, very, very ambitious project. Congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henri.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, team. Amazing work. Really, really powerful. All the details are very well thought of, like the whole presentation, and of course, the video is really, really amazing. So thank you so much for the great presentation, and really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Severina.
Hello, Nandhini, hello Ricardo. I really enjoyed your project. It's quite a story. It's really dark and very immersive. Also, really enjoyed to see what you were able to achieve there and to design what were the changes that you were able to introduce after the previous presentation. So great work on that one. There's been a lot of comments already, so I don't want to repeat what was already said. But one thing that was sort of inconsistent from my point of view is that the whole project is, has this very dark and very powerful dark mode. But then the trailer, the video has actually a lot of light. Why is that? Why did you go in that direction with it?
Has a lot of what? Excuse me?
It has a lot of light. It's like during the day, and it did not quite click with me because it was said that I'm born into the world that is already dead. There's only darkness. But we can see there's a lot of light there. The sun is up and stuff. So that was something that was once again the only inconsistent
The
part of this.
the sun part is like the world from the light creatures, and the dark world is where the creature is growing. Like there are two different worlds. It's coming up and attacking. So the attacking area is kind of white with the light creatures, and the place where our creature, our character is growing, it's kind of a dark underground.
All right. Then I just missed it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kirill. Yeah, for me, it was also a stunning presentation. Congratulations. Enjoyed the narration by Ricardo. It really helped a lot the presentation and get us immersed in the project. I love how you hone into the theme of the grotesque and how that drove the whole design process. I was impressed by the visuals because yeah, they were actually you mentioned it like you were delving into the monstrosity of these shapes, but they were also beautiful. It was just beautiful to look at them. And yeah, again, I was impressed during the presentation to see the level of intricacy that you achieved in the amalgamations. I think the geometries and the gray materiality helped soften all the surfaces and make them look realistic. And again, the trailer was great. I loved how cinematic it was, and I commend you for the great sequencing and camera work. Like all those center, like 1 point perspectives and slow pannings helped a lot to get us immersed and appreciate all the level of detail and intricacy. Like yeah, like that shot, like of this world building. It was great world building. So yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments, guys.
Okay. Thank you, team, for the work, for the presentation, for the whole year, for everything from the chapter 1 to chapter 5. I think your world really revolved around the creature and the interior spaces. So I congratulate you on that. So you managed to scale it up to the biggest cosmogony scale. Everything is super cohesive. Thank you also for the work and for being always on time and working super hard late. And I know you've been dealing with a lot of issues and you managed to overcome everything. So you should be very proud of the work that you all did. So great job. Thank you, team, so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zang. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great.
Best tutor ever.
Yeah, I second.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, let's move on to the next team.
Hello everyone, my name is Bala Rukumangathan and I am from India. I come from an architecture background. Today I will be presenting a design project from a Masters in Computational Advanced Design. Chapter 1, Processes. This chapter explores human evolution of survival on an alternative Earth, leading to a cryogenic transformation. The processes design was developed using ZBrush, Substance Painter, and Blender. Chapter 2, Corpuscle. This chapter explores human evolution for survival on an alternative Earth, leading to a cryogenic transformation. Form generated procedurally with Houdini. Chapter 3, Amalgamation explores city-scale development using Corpuscle as a prototype. Grasshopper was used for city generation and Houdini for procedural decomposition and assembly. Chapter 4, Kinesis. Develop transportation system and vehicle to mobilize neighborhood formed in amalgamation. Designs were created with Houdini and Blender. Chapter 5, Cosmogony. Explores connectivity between multiple amalgamation units, creating an intricate urban network and rethinking the future cities connection. Narration will be present from the perspective of processes. Hi, I'm Keya. In 2028, an asteroid struck Earth, revealing an electromagnetic anomaly beneath the Sahara Desert. Scientists opened a portal to a parallel universe, Proxima Centuria. I was among the 15 chosen to cross over, equipped with exoskeleton suit powered by this anomaly. On arrival, we found towering crystal cities, reminiscence of an advanced civilization called Ranas. The portal closed. The crystals surrounding us became our lifeline, powering our suit and sustaining us. Their influence extended beyond survival. They transformed us. Our evolution began with symbiotic fusion. Suit merged with our body, boosting strength and replacing food with crystal energy. In crystalline adaptation, our skin evolved into stored energy and enabled telepathic communication powered by the planet itself. Finally, we became ascendant. Crystal grew from us, forming tools, weapons as we master energy and reshape our environment. To survive Proxima Centauri's harsh terrain, we rely on adaptive exosuit for oxygen, temperature, and protections. Over time, our body evolved into 11 independent moving parts, increasing agility and efficiency. Our suit integrates energy reactive wing for offense and defense. A shoulder-mounted telepathic receiver connects to Meinesz, our second brain. As crystal energy grew, so did our communication range. Crystal shield formed on our chest and back, defend against physical and energy threats. Our leg powered by crystal energy, adapted to high gravity, granting leaps, speeds, and vertical mobilities. Arms and waist became energy core. Arms function as a tool and conduit. The waist distribute energy through crystalline tubes, replacing digestion and breathing with direct planetary absorptions. Meinesz manage energy and boost cognitions and maintain optimal functions. The spine became an energy highway, linking brain, limbs, and wings for real-time adaptability. Wings evolved into multipurpose tool, cutting, shielding, or transforming into a weapon. A secondary wing acts as a dynamic appendage for grip, shaping, or support. We aren't alone. Our leg-mounted pit adjusts our body weight, letting us glide and defy gravity. It senses our needs, improve balance, conserve energy, and adapt it to the terrain. More than a pit, it was vital to our survival. Our primary habitat, the corpuscle, is a seamless leaf-like organic structure. A multi-tier system centered around a core that regulates energy flow and optimizes planetary resources. Level 1 includes storage pod for supplies, upgrade pod where cryo beings are scanned and enhanced, and a library preserving knowledge from Earth to Proxima. Level 2 has a breeding pod, ensuring species continuity, and garden meditation pod, offering mindfulness and connection to the planet. Level 3 features control pod for habit operation and communal pod for social and cultural exchange. Energy flow vertically via pulse wave from the planet core distribute through dynamic lighting conduit that adjusts to the environmental needs. Pod degradations over time fractures the crystalline structures, exposing internal systems. Budding pod allows new sections to grow, powered by the energy stored in the crystal core. Dynamic skin defends against electromagnetic wave, increase in density in high-risk zones. At the base, the fusion core links to the planet or nearby corpuscle to distribute energy efficiently. A transportation deck enables movement within or beyond the structure. Each pod skin regulates energy flow and insulation, while the crystal paneled roof boosts energy absorptions. At the center, a central hub connects all the level, featuring vegetations, seatings, and access to a key zones like upgrading pod. Powered by Alpha SDB, which drives mutation, the Luma planter bots monitors the plant's energy absorption to optimize the distributions. The corpuscle supports modular expansion for future needs. We document the expansions of amalgamation, controlling crystal growth to guide the future generation. On Proxima Centauria, energy field fluctuate. During the high energy phase, crystal grow rapidly, lighting the sky with auroras. The low energy cycle slows the growth, dims the environment. To survive, we store energy and guide it to flow. Location shielded from disrupted waves were deliberately selected, allowing for controlled crystal growth to sustainably support and envelop the amalgamation. Expansion began by breaking down the corpuscle into functional parts, using rhythm, repetition, mirroring, We created microclusters and clusters, forming a scalable aggregation systems. Omnicore Tower grew vertically into an administrative or public hub, powered by the crystal deposits. Lower Tower, breeding and technological upgrade center. Storage cluster distribute resource efficiently. Upper Tower, residential and recreational zone, shaped naturally by energy and populations. Tower 2, Nessus Tower, features a wing-like extension, floating microclusters, suspended by a crystal energy. It houses Chronolab, Memory Archive, Void Observatory for interdimensional research. Tower 3, Evolution Nexus, is a biochemical with bioterrenium and regeneration pod. Evolution Lab enhances planetary symbiosis. Ground cluster grow from governance, breeding, and storage zones to recreation and dwelling adapted to terrains and tower access. At the heart stands the first tree, half wood, half crystal, born on Earth, sustained by Proxima Centuria, symbolizing our merged origin. Crystal worship honors crystal as an energy vessel and healing tool. The Experiment Center shows a holographic city model, inviting all to shape our future. Although short-distance flight is possible, long-range travel across expanding amalgamation became insufficient. Inspired by Proxima Centuria's architecture, we developed two types of vehicle, private and public. Zion C1 is designed for explorers like me. It supports crystal research, terrain scouting, and locating expansion zones. Its monowheel system ensures stability on all terrain, while a real direction thruster provides precise control over rough landscapes. A wing-like extension stores crystal samples. The two tentacles serves a special purpose. Tentacle 1 detects and regulates internal energy flow. Tentacle 2 monitors engine health. A central crystal holder powers 65% of its movement, with motor rotation managing the navigations. Over time, a dynamic surface pattern appears, showing age and wear. Though meant for explorers, the Zion C1's versatility made it popular for civilian use. Here is a 360-degree view of Zion C1. To assist residents, we created a Prism Glider, a public transit vehicle designed for our evolved form. It features two front thrusters for lifting, a rear sensor for automation navigations, sliding door and a crystal window with energy pattern. Bigger the pattern, stronger the electromagnetic wave shield. The operator sits lower than the passengers, and a holographic display shows upcoming stops. Its surface also aged dynamically like Zion C1. Here is a 360-degree view of Prism Glider. We run three transit network. Public transit network connects to all the three towers and common intersection near the recreational clusters, allowing passengers to travel effortlessly between zones. Private network connects to all the residential and recreation cluster, ensuring secure and restricted access. Sub-private network operates within the residential clusters. Docking stations are near key nodes. Public docking stations dock daily at the end of designated docking station, while the race of private transport led us to create an expandable vertical docking system. The private vehicles slot in, then a robotic arm lift and lock them vertically, saving space and ensure stability. Using the base amalgamation as a foundation, we modify components by function and environment, lead to 4 expansion elements. Base amalgamations, towers, low-rise buildings, and public spaces. Explorations focus on optimal settlement zone, prioritizing terrain and resources. Findings supported strategically planning via central database. Our network includes main network, linking major settlements for large-scale transport. Subnetwork connects main network to localized systems. Tab network facilitate Inter-amalgamation logistics. Research network map explorers' route for harvesting and travelers. Systems are refined through data analysis and predictive modeling for residents. Settlement units were deployed at a strategic hub following a hub-based expansion model. This approach ensures alignment with existing infrastructure and resource availability. Stage 1 Base amalgamation for core survival. Stage 2 Towers for administration and specialized operations. Stage 3 Low-rise residential communities. Stage 4 Public zones positioned for access. Energy supply is stabilized for sustainability, allowing expansion into a crystal forest with docking stations support farming and transport. From 15 to over 20 million cryo beings, our success lies and integrate in work and purpose in a self-sustaining network. We began as a survivor, but became a beacon of adaptation, evolution and unity. From shattering Earth to crystal skies, we forged our new civilization through resilience and symbolisms. Proxima Centuria is no longer just a home, it's our legacy, transformation, and future. We no longer are human, we are cryo and we are infinity. Thank you.
Don't run. Let me explain why I'm here. This is the amalgamation. A living city, grown, not built. Our movement is more than travel, it is connection. Every twist, every crystal breathes with us. Yes, we adapted. Our skin evolved into crystal. We didn't survive this planet. We became part of it. Our travel isn't just transportation, it's alignment. Motion through these structures is more than movement. It's a reflection of our unity with this place. Every surface, every twist of crystal is part of us. In 2080, the asteroid struck the Sahara. It wasn't destruction, it was an invitation. We crossed into Proxima Centauri, 15 of us, exosuits humming with unknown power, the portal sealed behind us. And just like that, we became the first and the last to leave Earth for this world. Here, we didn't just live, we multiplied. 15 became thousands, thousands became millions. Our settlements didn't follow blueprints. They grew organically, shaped by the pulse of the land and the flow of crystal energy. Our cities rose from the terrain like living extensions of thought and time. We grew, multiplied, from 15 to millions. Our cities weren't built, they were grown. Our rituals weren't learned, they emerged. I am cryo-being. This is my world now. And I didn't come to warn you. I came for revenge. This isn't the end of Earth. It's the beginning of something else.
Thank you, Bala. Thank you for a wonderful presentation and for a great year. It has been really a pleasure working together. It's a beautiful project, and I think that like it's commendable again, that, like, you know, to take such an endeavor solo. It's a lot of us, it's a lot of work, and I really appreciate the rigor that like you've put in each part of the project. I think that like you've done an incredible job like into growing from really like chapter 1 into really like the final of the project. So there has been a lot of improvement, a lot of growth through the chapters. And I think that like now that everything is coming together, like we see like the holistic story, which is really fantastic. If there was one thing that like I think that there is room for, you know, improvement even beyond the program would be materiality, right? Like there is a lot of like space, like where, you know, now everything seems like a dreamlike, you know, essence. The colors are beautiful, but because like again, like there is like this reflective material that like moves through. I think that like when you're starting to really break this down and we see this like with the aggregations, especially with chapter 3, like we see other colors like coming in, a little bit more like of complexity again of geometries. I think that like that's where a little bit like the whole world like takes a little bit more life, you know, like, and we can see like the differentiation like and of the clusters. So I think that like you've done a really great job like showcasing this work there. So again, you know, like just going into materiality and like, you know, dwelling more like into it, I think it's going to like benefit the project and also like your growth as you move forward. But really, you know, that's like a minor comment, like thinking like about like, you know, everything that you've created, all the assets, the video, and, you know, like all the detail that like has been, you know, gone through every part of this project. So thank you for being really an incredible student and for pulling this off, because it's like really like an incredible amount of work.
Yeah, thank you, Bruna. As you noticed, now when I joined DesignMorphine, I just know Rhino because of my architecture background. No, it's what new for me, every software, you know, and it pushed me a lot, you know, in terms of team. I was the one who started from the chapter 1 to the chapter 5 as a solo teammate. So it pushed me. I always think to myself that you should not say me as a solo teammate when I'm presenting, because it feels, I know it's not an excuse, but it feels to me like an excuse. So I always try to avoid that. Okay, this time we should avoid this. This time we should, I should make my work so much that you will try to, skip the word like solo teammate. But yeah, I think as you noticed, it was an improvement. I did notice that at the end of the progress. Now it is an easy task for me to create an model or something. Even mesh modeling, I was not able to do anything, initially when I started the corpuscle chapter as well. So from there to here, it was, I do feel like I need to be appreciated.
No, you are. And we're saying like when I mentioned that you're a solo team, it's basically like to commend you on the incredible work, right? Like, and like just to take a moment to acknowledge that, because like, again, like that's not a task for just one person, like through the whole program. So that's where, like we're saying that, but going through the book, like going through your own personal portfolios, like moving forward into, like a new endeavors right after the program, right? Like that's like some things that like you can consider improve, like when you have again, like these money shots, right? Like here, like I love the colors that you're using, because like you're starting again, like to, like include like a different kind of colors. There is like more depth also like to the images that you're showing. So like as you're saying, like what I love the most like about like your work is that like you're in a relentless pursuit of not giving up. You never give up. You never, like complained about anything. You were just like super serious about like all the work that you've put in, and you were growing so much like with each chapter and each step. And that's what like I really wanted to, like say, because that's not, again, like an easy undertaking. And I just wanted to be very clear that like I'm super, super appreciative of everything you've done. You've really killed it. Thank you so much, Bala.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Blue.
Bala, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Man, you're a warrior. What an amazing world that you built. I know you struggled a bit at the beginning to find like a design voice, but I think at the end you made a decision and that like cleared the path, and now you were able to create all these amazing things. I think it shows that there was like a little rough path on deciding stuff, but at the end everything looks really cool. And yeah, I think you have some strong ideas that you committed with, and it's an amazing end result. Thank you for all your efforts, Bala.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Hey Bala, how are you? Congratulations on the project. Like, I mean, everyone is saying, but I just want to repeat that you're being solo and being able to produce this amount of work is incredible. Just, I would like to agree with Pavlina on the color management. I think it's very important because on the renders it's fine, but I think on the video there were some scenes that the whole atmosphere was looking very flat, and then the other scene was like, I think you've introduced a pink color, which in my opinion was very, very nice to create a mood, an atmosphere. But on the next scenes, it was gone. Like there was this inconsistency on the color management. But I think this project only needs that sort of like color touch to highlight certain elements and moments. But other than that, like very beautiful work. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. I faced a little bit of a problem in importing and exporting models. Like, so I need to all the materials which I am like showing in board right now, or like most of them are procedural materials. So I was not able to bake them. So the materials which you see and the overall thing in the Unreal Engine, the video is full of. I just rematerialized all those things again in Unreal Engine. So it was a hard learning for me, using, and I was comfortable with the way I used to material. But ship the same thing, try to match the same quality as I do here. It was a bit of a hardship, but yeah, I think I need to take care of that point. And inconsistency is right thing, because as I do notice, like in some few of the few shots, especially I think when I'm focusing on my amalgamation, yeah, this shot. Yeah, so I didn't notice it, but the time when I noticed, it was too late for me to change. So I thought like, okay, we'll go with what we have.
It's okay. These are like, again, like really minor adjustments that you need to do. There's always a room for improvements. Don't give up on the project. Always get back to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Congrats again.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Bala. Thank you so much for this presentation and project. I really love the elegance of the color palette and the models. Also appreciate the evolution of all the structures and the creativity of the vehicles. Really nice. Some buildings also very, very impressive on the interiors. I have one comment for you from my side, is that I found a little bit of a slight contrast between the narrative of everything forming from crystals in your world and the end result of pretty much everything being very smooth, almost flower-like shapes. So maybe you can, combine the two things together a little bit more. So adding some extra crystals on those shapes. But other than that, I really enjoyed it very, very much. So again, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Bala. Good job. I'm sorry. Good job out there. Really nice work that you did, that you showed also. I think my favorite part is like the interior shots. Also where you show the furniture. I think to me they look really nice. They work really well together. The colors blend so smoothly and nicely. But overall, yeah, I think they're the ones on the left that I'm talking about. Yeah. I think some really good stuff there. Overall, I think you're one of the groups that I think the growth is the most prominent, and I think that's really important, that you grew a lot, you learned a lot, and that shows. And I think you have a lot of experiences now that you can go further with into your next challenges, and you know that you can handle them because, I mean, look at what you did in this month, right? So nothing else can ever hinder you anymore. So I think Yeah, you did really well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your motivational thing.
Thanks.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to jump in and say that this was a fantastic work. Yeah, congratulations, Bala, also for just being a one-person job. I found this was a very cohesive exercise, like visually, and I think, yeah, the design intent of everything, the world building and all the elements were very consistent. So yeah, I like seeing that spread across the characters and vehicles and corpuscles and all that. But I really liked the color palette, this sort of a iridescent gradient. I think it worked really well across all the elements. And I think it helped to give it a bit of a digital look, which I appreciate. I think the whole world, and also I mean mainly the trailer, it looks very digital, and it looks a bit game-like. So I think intentionally it doesn't want to be realistic. So I commend you on that take on representation, which I found very interesting. And yeah, again, about the trailer, I think it worked really well, and I appreciated your these great pannings and zooming into the moving characters. And I think that worked really well to get us immersed in the whole narrative. So yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, Bala. Yeah, I'm all for all the good comments and the growth you have until like from the beginning until now. What I would like to add, maybe it's a little bit more of diagrams and explanations of how you build the whole complexity of the world. I can see the ingredients there, and I think with just a little bit of work in explaining the logics and how you create all of this complexity would really help the viewer to understand. And the other thing is maybe on the video side, maybe some of the cameras can be a little bit simpler, just for us to focus more on the content we want to show. And yeah, that would be it. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, lastly, if I can also add, like, first of all, congrats, Bala. Really amazing project. I really appreciate your the catalog that you created. And I think the way you use colors, I also agree, really great job about the color palette. But what you could have also done is using the colors or identifying the colors in your catalog as well. Like if you know Aaron Sackel's book, like this with this all this various organic shape, Aaron Sackel, he also have this really nice drawings of this really various plants, organisms, and so on. Like that kind of idea and identifying that those colors also here and also making them, how should I say, this color in my palette works only in this kind of areas, like where, for example, clusters are. Certain colors form there, microclusters have their own colorizations. This is only an addition. I'm not saying you should have done that, but that is also something that you can also work on improving on this whole concept and narrative as well. And then all this color, like for example, if you look at one of your interior shots, then you start at identifying certain colors from your catalog, and then it kind of makes sense. Why is it there? And so on and so forth. And besides that, amazing project. I really like the interior shots and also your vehicles. Like last time, I also commented on them. They work pretty well. And yeah, especially like this, I don't know, this circular space that you created and how this vehicles plug onto these things. It kind of looks also misleading somehow because it also looks like a power plug. in real life. So as a person, you start to make some visual simulations based on that. But besides that, really, really amazing project. Well done. And there is no such a thing then that, for example, if I teach and there are some students who wants to work alone, I personally, as a student, I preferred working alone, not because I'm a lone goner, but as you said earlier, that's not an excuse to work less or work more. A project is a project. It doesn't mean it needs 3 or 4 persons or 1 person. You make the workflow and you define how the project will end up. So in the end of the day, if you are alone or not, doesn't matter. The quality of the project, the narrative, and all the small details matter the most. So congrats.
Yeah, thank you. That's the mantra I do have, to complete till 5th chapter. Now from the 1st chapter, I feel like down. Whenever I try to do something, everyone will be in I will be in the 3rd week and my pages will be very empty. So it was the mantra that I had to have, okay, it doesn't mean that we need to have a team and we can improve. That's what maybe made me to complete the course, I think.
Yeah, but again, in the end of the day, the project needs certain aspects. If you know the aspects, it doesn't matter if 2 persons work on that or 1 person or 5.
Yeah, that's a true thing.
Hey Bala, congratulations. What a project, what a journey you had. Seriously, one of the teams that have shown the most visible growth from chapter 1 to 5. I can even say everyone appreciated your vehicle so much, because I know from where you started with chapter 1, you started by saying that I can't even make a proper sketch, while you started having so much fun that you had so much control over the software as you were going. And by chapter 4, you see those vehicles and everything just mind-blowing out there. And you had a very creative graphical sense that helped you to make diagrams as well, because of that architectural balance and qualities that you had. So you were always putting in that intelligence in your design as well. So I really want to appreciate the hard work and the consistent feedbacks that you've taken in and just worked through that, never given up, no matter solo, no matter a teammate, but you just proved yourself, which matters the most. And congratulations for putting up all this effort and a great project together.
Yeah, thanks, Eva. I think you are the one who see my personal growth very close. So yeah, yeah, thank you, Eva. Thank you.
Thank you, Ala. Okay, so we can pass it back to Tum.
Yeah. Let's go second group. Second group from Group B. David and Paul.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Ork. I'm currently residing in Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States. I come from a fashion design and graphic design background.
And good afternoon, everybody. My name, or good morning, or wherever you're at. My name is Paul Poblete. I have a background in architecture and 3D design, and I'm based out of New York.
Welcome to our presentation. We're very excited to share with you all the culmination of 9 months of work. In phase 1, we implemented manual modeling techniques based off of in-depth insect biology studies. Procedural materials were then developed with the intention of mimicking fungal growth patterns and textures. We carried this aesthetic beyond the prosthesis, implementing what we learned into procedural noise pattern development and self-sustaining biome-based architecture, fabricating a corpuscle. After discerning which pieces of this corpuscle were most useful, it was split apart and repurposed using algorithmic-based pattern development, fabricating the structures necessary to develop an amalgamation. Utilizing shortest path procedural elements, private and public networks were formed within the amalgamation. Upon them, vehicles travel, hand-modeled and refined by way of algorithmic-driven panel designation, given purpose by function. Everything made before was then spread into a larger scale. By taming algorithm-based mycelium growth growth patterns, continent scale routes were formed, further refined by letting ants find the most optimal routes to food caches spread around the map. Techniques were then developed in order to differentiate parts of the Umbervale's terrain, forming a symbiotic cosmogony. Hello, and welcome back to The Eclipse, a 6-part nature doc miniseries narrated by myself, Sir David Attenborough. Over the past months, we've explored the extraordinary story of Chrysallumina vagabundus, a species whose nomadic hive mind defines conventional understanding. Their aesthetic, organic goop, sinew and silk woven into stunning biostructures. The broodmother, a singular neural epicenter, conducts the hive like an evolutionary orchestra. The interiors of their silk-lichened hive pulses with royal jelly, while suspended within caves carved by Veluthra's powerful weather. Their vessels, graceful biomechanical marvels, embody instinctual design and biological engineering. To understand the eclipse, we must begin with their past. Survivors of environmental catastrophe, fleeing their ruined home world, they explore the furthest reaches of space in hopes to heal where they can. To survive, they abandon remnants of natural biology, adopting manual crafting techniques to develop the materials and tech necessary for their spacefaring suits.
Peanut.
The Eclipse's outer armor, a tan lichen composite, paired with black high-carbon steel, is fabricated by their drones, each piece individually sculpted for a personal airtight seal. Beneath lies a mycelium-based leather-like material that forms the wing veins, pupa connector, and thermal layers, molded, stretched, and pressed to match its wearer's form. Next, their most recognizable feature, the crystalline optic modules. This mixture of sensors and, of course, the single robotic eye made of biofluorescent crystals are chipped and polished to capture and amplify ambient light, granting sharp vision even in darkness. Connecting this complex machinery is a network of copper tubes and flexible wires, molded and oxidized to resist corrosion and temperature extremes. Atop the Eclipse's back, between the wings, sits the saddle. Its purpose, to carry the pupa. While its machine-brain interface shell recharges, adults wear it in this vulnerable, unconscious state. When the pupa's bodysuit plugs into the adult saddle, their life support systems merge, boosting respiration and granting rear vision through the pupa's compound eye. This symbiotic bond between the two life stages is facilitated through their respective prostheses. While traversing seas of time, the Eclipse have restored countless worlds on the edge of ruin. Now they focus on one, Veluthra. After drifting in hibernation, the Eclipse awakened in the Orbella system, creeping towards a new home. Veluthra, a moon orbiting a gas giant, is defined by extremes: searing deserts, dying rainforests, mountains, and boiling oceans. It is harsh, but none is more stricken than the Umbervale. An AI interface provides an in-depth look at its composition. Once continent spanning, now reduced to a 10 by 10 mile enclave, withered by rot and fire.
With a target found, a plan for habitation begins. A straightforward landing is followed by a difficult foothill. Cavern systems become the first protective base. By blending local flora with sticky saliva, the Eclipse begin construction. Like Earth's paper wasp, they use the byproduct to hand model their new home shell. Procedural methods follow. They scan the model, break it into parts, and assess each volume. Interiors are hollowed and shaped based on function and material composition. Forming a self-sustaining biome using data from the scan, they carve and refine the exterior with procedural noise and slicing tools, shaping copper lichen shells to support the core puzzle. A slime mold casing grows over it, sealing every gap. Towering spires crown the apex, where adults rest in shaded crevices. At its base, the incubation chamber for the next generation. Below the chandelier, a pool begins to form by way of an artificial river of nutritive fluid, serving as a vertical moisture gradient for the egg chamber. Following its descent, we reach the nursery, a hydroponic garden growing on Veluthran flora in a humid, Lombard-friendly climate. Once the fluid completes its cycle, it is drawn down and sucked up through a copper pump into a hydro processor, closing the loop of the biome self-sufficiency. Each rinse and repeat. The dwelling is only temporary. To truly heal Voluthra, the Eclipse must build something permanent. They chose a deep site in the Umberville, where a creeping sickness stains the soil. Most flora live brief, stunted lives. Here, their great amalgamation will rise.
The story begins with its organs. The Eclipse isolate the most capable parts of the corpuscle. Through enzymatic breakdown, they transform them into foundational blocks. These become clusters, assembled by procedural and algorithmic methods. Mirrored, flipped, and repeated, structure takes form. Spine-like fragments are scaled and bonded together to form massive copper-laced lichen spires within, forming the hive's backbone. They grow organically, blending into the architecture. Gestation sacs and mycelium-based support connections transform and rotate in unison, growing into the hanging gardens. Fed by nutrient-rich biofilms secreted by the Eclipse, these gardens cultivate gelatinous flora, the colony's future lifeblood. Those membranous sacs surround the gardens. Their glowing gelatin ferments and radiates, signaling life and guiding wanderers home. The corpuscle's gel biome is transformed, rotated into, and burrowed into their lichen anchors, hollowing the structure, making way for gel-like centers. In ancient spots, only bright pink gel remains. These become sites for larval inoculation and gestation. At the hive's heart lie the healing pools of royal jelly, named for the brood mother's secretions. This basin offers a respite for weary travelers. Here, the workers exhausted from the relentless work immerse themselves in the warm silken fluid. Despite their nurturing focus, the Eclipse are not blind to the dangers the Umberville bring. For defense, they sculpt an exterior armor, the imitation tree. By day, the hive stands stark against the haze brought on by extreme heat waves. But at night, the sentinel glows like moonlight, masking itself in bioluminescence. What now stands is the result of devotion herbology and a relentless will to heal the Umberville.
With their foundation set, the Eclipse turn outward, expanding into the forest. To travel, they design multiple vehicles with their own designated networks and docking stations. Internally, the hive cycles through renewal. Organic waste descends to the biocomposting floor. Here, the private vehicle, affectionately known as the meatball, roams. Crafted through material-based modeling and waste optimization, the meatball is built to suit the Eclipse's form. Upon locating refuse, a vacuum system activates, collecting debris into the pods. With the task complete, it docks along with two fellow garbage men. The trio get comfortable together as they latch onto the crawlable station. From here, they enter the private network, a system of pressurized tubes developed by determining the shortest possible path from the top to the bottom. Pathways are then built within the amalgamation structure, leading up to the gestation sacs. This is where waste will be reshaped and repurposed. The station now chooses return for more or continue upward to the public docking station. There, the Eclipse travelers await departure. The public vehicle, a long-range craft for exploration and revitalization, awaits. It was modeled based on function, algorithmic-driven panel designation, and long-distance flight capabilities in mind. In the tail section lie long-distance habitation pods, lined with royal jelly, enabling the Eclipse to enter a conscious slumber vital for long journeys. The vehicle launches, staying within the public networks, define paths using algorithmic-driven functions to find the safest and quickest way out of the hive. It glides along aerial corridors into the Umberville canopy.
Though rich in detail, we at the BBC understand visuals can enhance comprehension. Fortunately, one was discovered by Voluthran explorers, a map found on the hive's abandoned exterior. Once indecipherable, it has now been translated for human understanding. Using procedural mycelium growth algorithms, the Eclipse mapped optimal paths along erosion lines to the umber veil's heart. This watershed strategy led to their first major build. Soon, public flight paths followed, based on the routes of the Lutheran aerial species. These linked forest fragments to far-flung hubs and resource zones. Drones scouted and seeded cities using repeating elements from the original hive. Within these developed hubs, clusters were created, public spaces were developed, and new city-level amalgamations rose, blending construction and restoration. This map is not chaos, it's a biome of design, a living reminder of the challenges that Eclipse face and their unyielding mission to heal. And so, from larval chambers to cotton and wine corridors, from hand-modeled armor to procedurally grown cities, the Eclipse weave life from ruin. The work is not simply construction, it is resurrection. Each structure, each network, each breath of their hive is a testament to resilience and care. What began as survival has become symbiosis. In the scorched hollows of Eleuthera, they do not merely inhabit, they restore. The umber veil lives again, not as it was, but as it must be. A future written in silk, spore, and light. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey.
Thank you, everybody. That concludes our board presentation, and we will now segue to our video.
Welcome to Veleuthera, a remote and enigmatic moon in the Orbelis solar system. Upon arrival in orbit, the Eclipse scatter from the hive. Atop this grassy hill, the Eclipse will build their amalgamation. Using their prodigious biology, they ingest local flora to craft living hives from within. Now the organs, copper-laced lichen spires rise. Their roots ingest what was, turning it into pink gel biofilms. Then a must-have is built. The hanging gardens. These long fungal tendrils are constructed in unison with bioluminescent gestation sacs and the top levels of the hive's hardened exterior. Inside, the Eclipse finally enjoy the niceties of their labor. The royal jelly pool is at the heart of the hive. This spring supports the hive by giving its inhabitants a momentary yet fulfilling reprieve from a day's labor. Once soaked and joints are eased, the Eclipse return to work, draining the pool and tending to their hive, or enjoying a quick bout of aerial acrobatics. Now let's check on the meatballs. Above, they tend to the fungus-based tendril like hanging gardens. After traveling through the transport system to the hive's floor, the meatballs tend to refuse, reclaiming it for use in material development to enrich the hive. Their stay on this planet, though, is not passive. The Eclipse are caretakers. Their public vehicles carry them from the depths of the amalgamation out towards the burning canopy of the umber veil. The fire rages. The only hope, a rare species of fungus. It is the essence of the forest itself and builds the base of a topical medicine used to heal the forest's wounds. Once found, it is refined into a topical ointment and then applied to umber veil's flora, and the forest returns to its natural state. With the Eclipse's job complete, they relinquish their duties back to nature. To celebrate, they begin their ascent back to the stars in search of a new planet to call their home. Thank you for joining us on this miraculous journey. Good night.
Thank you.
It was a really nice video. I loved like the meatballs.
They're the star of the show for sure.
Fun there.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the incredible work and for really like creating this really awesome and fun project. I think that like you guys were working incredibly well together, and like it shows that you had some fun there, like creating. And I think that at the end of the day, it's all about that learning and you know, enjoying the process. So really great growth for both of you. I know that you had to make it work like with a lot of like other commitments and work, and you know, but I think that like it's really amazing like to see like the final outcome of the project.
Thank you.
Of course, there's some there is some room for improvement, especially on materiality, right? And consistency through materials and colors and some of the graphics. But again, you know, like at the end of the day, it's about a journey of learning and betterment. And I think that like as you move forward to your book and then like your portfolios again, like you have the space and the time and the knowledge now, like to implement some of those, because again, you're hitting a lot of deadlines through the masters. It's 9 months. It's a lot to learn, and I think that like you've got so much out of it, and I'm super proud of you guys.
Thank you, Pavlina. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been quite the journey, but definitely a rewarding one, 100%.
Yes, it has. Well, I got to give a special shout out to David. He really, you know, helped me have creative freedom with a lot of this, you know, me joining part of the new Avengers, the new team. He was, he gave me the blessing to, you know, be, you know, a good contribution to this new group, and I'm grateful to that. Thank you.
Oh, David. Hi, amazing work.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting us see that amazing video. I want to comment on a few things. The first, I'm aligned with what Paulina was saying about material consistency. I think we can see that in some of the chapters, there is a difference between the properties that you added to the different materials of your work. But I really love the contrast between the rock shell that you created and the glossy organic elements. That contrast is really helpful to see the different elements one by one of all the design that you created. The amalgamation interiors are amazing. The visuals are really on point. I really love the depth of field that you used there. It's really helpful also to understand the design language. One thing to improve is the graphic design, the overall graphic design of your presentation. I think there are some diagrams that could be curated a little bit better.
Okay.
And also, I think the background is a little pixelated. So when you start zooming in, and that is a little distractive. But overall, amazing work. Thank you for everything, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the background, I actually 30 minutes before we presented, I tried to render again in Unreal to give it better definition, and threw it back in here, and it still is pixelated, but I totally agree. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Good vibes.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Very impressive work, guys. Congratulations. I liked a lot this presentation. I think what I appreciated the most is this non-anthropocentric trans-species narratives. I love that. I love the characters, and to that point, the narration choice by who is it? Like David Attenborough. Yeah. That worked really well. That was great. It worked perfectly.
Thank you.
And there's one image. I just want to comment on one image that I found interesting, which is one that has this sort of like butterfly-like character inside a vehicle. And
the meatball.
Yeah, and I was just wondering, it's an interesting image because, so what drives that design choices for that vehicle? It's like it looks similar to the entity that drives it, right? So
yes.
So in that sense, it's like what what drives that kind of design, right? If it's not for a human,
I love your question, and it goes back to the background in architecture. Form follows function, and these little guys had to be round to go in through the private network to circulate around and have mobility. And then with that, they have the ability to shape and dock these. If you can zoom out, these mobile docking stations that give them the flexibility to move around within those designated areas. So that was kind of like the functionality, because these moth creatures are fragile and to some extent. We thought, let's create like an Iron Man costume for it, but also have a function to clean up the debris, refuse, and also to have the function of being able to transport within the public network. That was the design intent.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think it makes sense. It's just an interesting result, because I was just trying to contrast it to like what it's a vehicle for humans, and a car looks very different to a human. But on the other side, you have examples like, I don't know, like mecha animes in which a person controls an evangelion or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So in that sense, yeah, I guess it's another take on functionality, and yeah, I think it's a great exploration and an interesting outcome. So yeah, congrats, guys. I just like the work a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey guys, congrats from me as well, and very interesting blend of cute and scary. And it also transmits that you guys had a lot of fun doing that, and I think this is very important. And I can assure you that it also brought fun to me as well. I really enjoyed it. I will agree with Pavlina that says that, especially I could feel that some of the renders were extremely high end and good materials and everything, and some of them were lacking a little bit. And I would say that, sometimes, well, first of all, time is never enough for any of this kind of project. Never enough. So sometimes it makes sense to be, more, how to say, smart about the decisions you do. And instead of trying to keep the palette, for example, and having the purple together with the rest of the colors, you could maybe go monochrome and make some of those renders simply schematics.
Okay.
And that would instantly probably, I guess, solve the problem of it and not make the not correct impression that some of those renders were simply lacking. I don't think they were lacking. I think it was simply a slightly unlucky choice of color palette. That was it.
Thank you for the feedback. That's very helpful, really, truly.
Yeah. That would make, also very big contrast between some of the renders that you have over there that were extremely high quality and very well put together. So, yeah, very, very nice. I particularly appreciate also the first-person camera driving. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
That was awesome.
Very good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. I'm happy you had fun with it.
Hey team, I want to congratulate you too. It's amazing project. What I love about it, that it's cute creepiness all over it.
I love it.
It's so strange from the color palette that actually not the easiest colors to work with together. This is why they give this level of uncertainty, beauty, and disgust at the same time. And I like that the only anthropomorphic thing in your human-like thing, it's a face of this meatballs, crawlers. For some reason, why there is suddenly a human face. Or maybe it's just effect of, pareidolia when we see faces everywhere. So amazing project, congrats. And as everybody says, it's obvious that you had fun, freedom, and enjoy and explore. So yeah, congrats.
Thank you so much. Yeah, when we originally back in the first chapter with the original Avengers group, when we developed the story and everything, we wanted it to be adorable with a huge central eye, but also like very creepy moth-like organic form, you know, that would impose a, you know, honestly a terrifying nature, you know, but still like look friendly and something that would heal. But yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, my turn.
Yes, please.
Let's go.
Yeah, thank you, team. Thank you for the presentation. I think in the end, the goal from the beginning to create that narrative in the world with the narration of Adam, yeah, was like really like you managed to do that. You managed to explain the world in the way that you wanted since the beginning. It's commendable. I think your team was like the one that really listened to our feedback and really try to push it to the next level. Maybe something that you could do maybe after the master, after everything, that you can come back and try to maybe resolve some of the issues. But then again, I think you made an incredible good effort for the video and the board. Thank you for the effort. Thank you for the year. It's a crazy journey, and looking forward to what you guys are up to.
Thank you so much, Tom. Yeah, it's been a wild year. You know, you've seen it firsthand. It's been a wild ride for B1. But
yeah.
Thank you so much for all of your feedback. Yeah, for every group. I mean, truly. Thank you so much for your feedback and you know,
yeah, you've been very helpful in
out.
guiding us to the finish line. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been incredible. Thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing you in Ireland.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And now we're going to the last but not least.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adriana. I'm a landscape-focused architect and aspiring engineer.
And I'm Heather Blaikie, a performance footwear and apparel-focused industrial designer. Together, we are the architects of the Tempest Keeper. Designers, builders, and storytellers, we're excited to share the culmination of our journey, a new world that we've crafted.
We use a range of methodologies from anatomy-based modeling, organic road simulations, clustering algorithms, and manual artistry to create a world that grows organically, responding to forces far greater than itself.
These weren't just design tools, they're story-making tools, helping us build a world where life, structure, and storm move as one. A fusion of creativity and computation, we bring the Tempest Keeper ecosystem to life. This is the story of the Tempest Keeper.
Relentless storms ravage this rugged world. Its endless mountains and valleys lashed by hurricane-force winds. Peaks rise like jagged sentinels, becoming islands in sea levels raised by a culmination of climate change. Battered by tempests that come and go without mercy. The storm shaped this world, a netra, where survival doesn't come from fighting the tempest. It comes from listening, adapting, and evolving with it. At the heart of this world is this theory. Resilience is born from harmony, embracing collaboration between natural systems, technology, and living organisms.
At the inhabitant scale of Anitra are Ray and Thorito, embodiments of biomechanical resilience. We employed organic mesh modeling, joint articulation rigging, and detailed color material finish studies to create two beings who could not only function, but thrive in their world.
Ray, no longer than a mosquito, moves through extreme storm conditions with precision and speed, clad in sleek storm-shedding armor. A soft inner body holds the hope that fuels her every step. Her body surrounded by an outer skin, a barrier shielding her from the cold and wet, allowing her to endure the worst of the elements. At her neck, wings are unfurled for swift flight and agile hovering, essential for navigating the harsh winds and heights. Vine-like tendrils paired with high traction boots for agile movement across the terrain, while her armor crafted by nature, honed by necessity, designed for protection, warmth, and survival.
Therido, Ray's loyal companion, a remarkable creature, more than a pet. He is a constant friend and ally, sharing her journey through each storm and across each mountain range. Therido's far-reaching vision, flight, and tendril-like arms help him scout the landscape. In Ray's chest lays a cavity to keep Therido safe and warm during the storms. Together, they symbolize not just survival, but active adaptation, a prototype for symbiosis between organism and technology. Their creation laid the foundation for the embodied logic of resilience, an early glimpse into how elements of this world adapt to larger forces.
The Storm Temple represents the first shelters built in this harsh world. Our architectural process employed biostructural modeling, shortest paths algorithms, and parametrical systems to simulate natural growth and resilience patterns. A twisted trunk centered with a skin model after wind-blown trees offers flexibility and wind deflection. The grooves channel water and distribute structural stress. The multi-layered pods are grown organically from the center, beginning with a light-absorbing inner shell for warmth and illumination. A procedurally modeled stress-distributing lattice provides structural support, while little system-generated branches anchor the pods to the structure. Articulated louvers, inspired by Ray's armor, surround the exterior, dynamically adjusting to control light and shade.
Inside the center, there are caves of meditation, an ethereal space where light-drenched pools reflect the steady dance of energy-storing lamps that capture and distribute lightning energy harvested during the storms, offering moments of solitude and restoration for the keepers. Each pod serves a distinct purpose. The Cloud Garden is a serene aeroponic haven where keepers gather, purify air, and cultivate vital food. In contrast, bunker pods are fortified chambers stocked with essential supplies designed to safeguard life during the most severe tempest. The Storm Temple is not just a shelter, it's a living, evolving organism. Its modular design and self-regulating systems laid the groundwork for future expansion and replication, a model of regenerative architecture. Tossed through the sky, the Storm Temple becomes a seed carried by the wind, a living spore that acts both as foundation and catalyst, spreading life and innovation across the flooded landscape.
From the seed rises Rafaga, a settlement that grows, adapts, and thrives with the storm. We derive modules from the most resilient elements of the early shelter, then use algorithmic aggregation to form Rafaga's organic structure, a flexible, durable system of clusters that nestle in harmony on the storm-created islands. For a seed to grow, sponges take root in rocky crevices, drowning nourishment from wind and runoff. Sponge-like bases absorb water, branching into pods that scale up into homes, public areas, and solar structures.
Many who call this world home long lived in solitude. Rafaga offers them the chance to come together. With its growing embrace, they find connection, shelter, and purpose. Public zones like the Petal Pavilion blossom from the center, a place of performance and education where keepers teach storm wisdom. Cascade pools recycle water, creating places for reflection and renewal. The sediment of Rafaga is a living system, an amalgamation of bioclusters rooted in computational growth and ecological intention.
Movement here is survival, and kinesis is the network that enables constant motion. We use bionic rigging, insect anatomy study, and modular design to prototype adaptable transport systems. These methods inform movement logic, docking behavior, and morphing capability. Inspired by resilient insects, we created the Spirehawk, a biomechanical creature vehicle bonded intimately with its rider. When winds scream beyond control, the Spirehawk shifts, limbs retract, wings fold into protective sheets, and it cocoons its rider with a hardened shell. No longer than a mount, now a path ready to dock into the serpent rail.
These journeys are too long, the storms too vast for a lone rider to face. This is where the serpent rail reigns, a living spine of segmented vertebrae cars. At its front, a single Rafagan pilots the streamlined engine, its wings stabilizing against the relentless winds, while a superconducting wheel levitates the craft just above the rail below. Inside, cargo and fuel compartments are seamlessly integrated, connected by nerve-like wires that relay energy and control. Spirehawk riders mentally direct their pods into the vertebrae cars, allowing the train to transport multiple riders and vehicles at one time. Coiling through the heart of the storm, the serpent rail weaves through the chaos like a flexible and resilient artery.
Using procedural and manual modeling, we optimize the transit systems to dance with the storm. Together, they form a transit ecology, where riders are part pilot, part passenger, and part organism. Spirehawks descend in helical flight paths that echo the world's cyclical nature. Their descent mirrors the storm flow, enabling smooth landings amid the chaos. They arrive in synchronized arcs, riders stepping onto the undulating platforms. The serpent rail pulses along a network of flexible rails levitating by electromagnetic force, carrying heavy supplies and capsules from the depths below to the towering heights of the amalgamation and back. At each serpent rail station, docking and refueling takes place. The stations do not block the storm, they siphon it, use it, transforming. There are lungs inhaling the chaos, exhaling stability.
Looking beyond to gross settlements, spores are sent vast distances on the wind until they reach the greater Rafagan Islands, an archipelago shaped by time and tempest. Here we integrated multiple layers of computational design, including slime mold logic, clustering gradients, and simulations to generate emergent growth patterns that feel both natural and deliberate. Island settlements were computationally deployed by elevation, sponge dams and solar arrays at sea level, resource refineries at mid-elevation, followed by adaptive multifunctional settlements, and wind power structures reaching up from the mountain peaks. 4 transit networks emerged from this terrain: spore paths, major and minor private flight routes, and public transit arteries, all dynamically interfacing with landscape and storm barrier. At the center, public spaces thrive, honoring legacy, connection, and spiritual resilience. This cosmogony of a nature reveals a world not conquered or tamed, but partnered with, co-evolved through thousands of micro decisions, encoded in every contour of its living infrastructure.
Through every step, from Ray and Thorito's resilience to the sprawling islands of Anetra, we've cultivated a world where storm is teacher, sculpture, and companion.
As architects and custodians, we are proud to share the ecosystem, a symphony of life, technology, and nature in relentless harmony.
Thank you for joining us in this journey. The sky shifts, and in every storm, the tempest keepers find a new promise. Thank you.
And I will share the video.
Everything is thriving now. A network of life, woven through wind, water, and will. But it wasn't always this way. In this world, almost constant storms rage. And we were alone, just the two of us, surviving inside a small shelter, the Storm Temple. Here we were safe, but we were lonely. One day, a storm lifted us, carried us far across the land. When we landed, something changed. Our home began to grow. Suddenly, another being arrived. It looks like me, riding a creature of sky and storm. They took us to their home, a place we'd never imagined. Rafaga. Rafaga doesn't resist the storm. It lives with it. There are swimming holes, biomechanical creatures that help them move across the city, lush gardens with bioluminescent beauty. Music that shakes the sky. We remember where we came from, but have a clear vision of what can be. And now, we send spores to grow new homes for others still weathering the storms alone. The Tempest Keeper.
Survive, survive. Survive, survive. Survive and thrive.
Thank you, team. Beautiful, beautiful work. Enjoyed so much seeing all 5 chapters come together, the beautiful work. Really, like we've put so much effort into every aspect of it. And I love like how, like special the project is and how every part of it is so well thought of. It's very also like poetic video that we saw at the end, and it was really fun to see like how exactly like all your world is coming together. So I really appreciate your hard work, your dedication, and also the obsession for really like each detail and how well you both work together. It was really an amazing journey. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pavlina, Michael, Tung, especially, and all the mentors. We did learn so much on this journey.
I wanted to
Whether
say that one of my,
go ahead, Kira.
sorry. I just wanted to quickly say that one of my favorite parts of your project is just the like style of it, I guess. I'm not really sure how to describe it, but it's so unique and like fun. And it's also been very consistent through your whole process in the program. So even when I worked with you in November, it just had this like fun vibe. And I could totally imagine playing this as a video game and being like super into it. It was really exciting today to see how you've taken those beginnings when you were like kind of developing the style and the storyline, and to see where you've taken it. I think there's so much growth, and you can really tell that you guys just fully embraced everything that you were learning, and you put like all of your passion and your effort into it, and you have a really great final product. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Heather and Adriana, thank you for letting us see all your world. It's just amazing how you mastered the design language of all the elements that you created. I agree with Keya about the consistency. Everything is so aligned and it's so compelling that it's almost emotional. I mean, you click with everything that you did. One thing that for me is a thing that you could improve is that in the kinesis chapter, you did the illustrations that you did to represent all the modules were so beautiful, but when you overlap them all together on the map, that beautiful design got lost because it ended up looking like noise. But I think all the modules independently are really beautiful. The illustrations are amazing. So great job. And the video was really cool also.
Thank you, Juan.
Hello, guys. Good job out there. I love this team all together. I think like it was so nice working with you. Like you could say something one day and the next day you would already have 3 different versions of that feedback implemented. And you always like kept going. You were not tired of doing stuff. It was so nice, so kind. So I think just on a human level, it was the greatest pleasure, but also just what you did design-wise. I think it's really nice. Like such a great result. I love every part of it. Like Torito, like how he's flying with these arms outside. Like it has character, right? Even in the video, you put like this emotion in there. Yeah, I think I really feel and sense that emotion that goes through everything that you did, and I think that's really a valuable thing that you created here. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor.
Hello,
I
Heather.
personally,
Sorry.
thank you.
Sorry.
I would just say my favorite thing is our amalgamation. And so I thank Victor for that, for guidance on that. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I'd just like to say that I honestly wasn't expecting, to find myself so thrilled in a project that is heavily based in organic aesthetics and story because, engineering background, mechanics, all that stuff. But I really, really enjoyed it. I think the lattice and the tree-like structures are a genius idea. They add so much to the realism, to everything you are including it. I honestly really love that. The water addition also adds to the realism a lot. And the whole thing, it's wonderful to see a project with optimism, inside. So I really love that. If I really have to say something about and give some feedback, I think that probably the Serpent Trail is, it's beautiful as a standalone concept, but I didn't felt it connected so much to the rest of the aesthetics. It was slightly, apart. It's beautiful again. Don't get me wrong on that, but it felt like a bit of. I don't know, probably too early or too late in the project creation and didn't connect it to the rest of the graphics and the aesthetics and choices. The rest, the other vehicle, for example, was beautiful. I really enjoyed that. And it felt on some points on the video, some shadowing was missing. I think I've cut a couple of pieces of the video that were missing some shadows or something like that. But what can I say? Honestly, thank you. Wonderful closure of the whole presentation, because such a beautiful, aesthetic, and optimistic project, which is always a nice thing to watch. It's very easy to go to something scary and create emotion than it is to create emotion from optimism nowadays. So congrats on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey there, Heather and Adriana. This is Anouk. Love your I love your process. I said it's like very whimsical, and I agree with the positivity and the happiness and the joy, because so much when we're speaking about, for example, sci-fi scenarios and all, it's always very doomy, you know. So it's such a joy to see your project. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The was sorry, I was gonna say, like, the story was a representation of what we felt throughout all this journey. Like, we started in a very stormy situation, both of us, and then we found each other and created all this world, and finally found some kind of hope at the end.
Yeah, but I think you really see that vibe in your project, and it's so lovely to see.
Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful work, guys. Congratulations. I think what I appreciated the most was the character design. I love these trans-species features of Ray that combines like this humanoid wasp robotic entity. I think it was like greatly achieved. And also the design of the vehicle, or the way that the vehicle was operated, was great. I really like the turntable that showed the mechanics of it, like how it would pass from, I think, riding it to driving it. I think that those mechanics were very interesting to see. Yeah, I think just a small critique was, I mean, it would be like the level of symbiosis of Ray and the pet, because it seemed like it was it ended up being a compartment, and it sort of hit the pet right rather than I mean, it could have highlighted it, right? Like just a thought. But overall, the video, the trailer was great, and I really loved the aesthetics of it. So yeah, congratulations on this great work.
Thank you. Thank you for your feedback. It's really helpful.
Yeah, Walter, if only you can jump in.
Sure. So this is the final presentation, right?
Yeah.
So Adriana and Heather, thank you so much for introducing us to the Tempest Keeper and having made it through DesignMorphine Masters, something that's having been through it kind of amazingly heavy at times. And that for you to have combined all of these beautiful imagery and taking us out with a beautiful dance from your Tempest Keepers was super wonderful way to top off the day. It was super beautiful, and I think you've maybe reminded us that we should always at the end of our journey to go back and dance and kind of enjoy the life that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I have to say what I'm most grateful for from this program is the relationship with Adriana. It really was a gift. It's the kind of collaboration that you dream of, where you're both thinking the same thing and you really have to communicate minimally. At some point, you just get into a groove, and it really got me through hard times and tough times, and we were able to really learn from each other on top of all of the great instructors, of course. It was really a gift.
Thank you for the kind words. It's been an incredible journey. Thank you again, Adriana, Heather, like amazing team, beautiful work. It will definitely stay with us. And yeah, super fun dance, Walter. It wasn't by mistake that they were last with this dance. It was orchestrated. Oh, thank you all so much, really, for being here, for supporting this program, for being part of it, for bringing this to life, really, learning, developing, growing, being part of the DesignMorphine community. It really means the world to us. It's been an incredible year. Your dedication, creativity, and willingness to challenge yourselves have been really inspiring. And I'm so proud of the progress that each one of you has made, and I look forward to seeing how you continue to grow and shape the future of design. For those who are going to Ireland and Sofia, have a lot of fun. That's the most important part. I think that especially like with workshops, for those who are unable to join us this year, that's totally fine, because as you know, we always include our community, so there's going to be more opportunities. I wanted also to thank, obviously, like our incredible students for this amazing year, but alongside with them, all the mentors, educators, all the guests that have provided so much great insights and really like put all their love and efforts for design into this. Super proud really to be part of this community and be part of this. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Here to an amazing year. Thank you.
Congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you.
Congratulations from me as well.
Thank you.
You did it.
Yeah, finally, yes, that's
Yeah, you made it.
Amazing.
Yeah, congratulations, guys. Yeah, amazing work.
Thank you.
Congrats, guys.
Let's
Really
go.
impressive.
Awesome. Awesome. Cool.
Awesome. Well done. All the best. Goodbye.
All the best.
Bye,
Bye.
everybody. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody.
Bye.
Bye.